Testing audio, good afternoon. We're about 15 minutes out. Good afternoon. Yeah, but test.
On. Test, test.
Test one.
Hello? Okay.
Hi, good evening. We can start. I know we have some people that are on their way, so you can go ahead and start. They're okay with that.
Okay, I can hear now. Okay, so thank you for being here this afternoon. My name's Ludine Martinez, and today I want to talk about something that's very important, and that's our operational budget. I specifically want to talk about what is a balanced budget and how we can achieve that. My hope is that at the end of this presentation, we can all walk away with a common shared commitment to help balance our budget. So what is a balanced budget? A balanced budget is when revenues equal expenditures, meaning that the money that comes in is equal to the money we spend out. So why is this important? Well, it's important because when you avoid overspending, then we can create a stable environment, financial stability, and when you have financial stability, then you can plan for long-term sustainability of programs and services that benefit our students. Another thing we can do is make sure that we put funds away and save money for a rainy day. So what you have here is the operational budget. Now, by definition, a budget is an estimate. So our revenues and our expenditures are estimates. And so if you look at the top of the page, that's where we have revenues. And it looks like the top of the page is a little cut off, but we have revenues. And our total revenues are $180.8 million. I don't know if we can bring down the slide a little bit. Is just that the way it is? Or? Okay, just so you can see it. Okay, and so at the very top you have preliminary SCG. And our preliminary SCG, as you can see, makes a big part of our revenues. It makes most of our revenues. And then right underneath that you have expenditures. And our expenditures are broken down into two categories. We've done personnel cost and then all other expenditures at the bottom. And so if you look at personnel costs, that's 91% of our budgeted revenues with personnel services or compensation, and that's where you have your salaries, your overtime, stipends, increments, wages are all in that category. Then you have your personnel services or employee benefits, those are our match, and then you have subs. So And then underneath that, we have all other expenditures, which are utilities. So that's our electric, gas, our communications, that's $7.1 million. We have insurance of 5.8. We obviously subsidize our transportation fund, so that was 1.9. And so these are some of the fixed expenditures, and then you have the rest of them. And altogether, they total $31 million, which is 17.12%. So if you look to your left, you see that total revenues are $180.8 million, and you see that our expenditures are $195.1 million. So there's obviously an imbalance there. And so that imbalance is our budget deficit. And by deficit, we have $14.3 million in budget deficit. Now, the reason we're able to balance our budget is because we have cash reserves. And so underneath, you can see where it says cash, you have a deficit of $14.3 million, but you can see how we use cash to help offset that deficit. So we got $14.3 million, and that will go to help with that. And then we've got $27.6 million for restricted or in reserves. We've got $3.7 million, so we used this year for instructional materials. There was an adoption this year, and so I can tell you that money has been spent. The sewage connection to the city of Anthony for Gadsden Middle Physical Plant and Gadsden High School, that's $6.5 million, and that's also been spent. And then we have some reserves for the Gadsden Middle School construction, and so that is how we're using our cash. I want to go back to revenues, and if you look at the slide here, you see $180.8 million in revenues, and then you have federal, local, state sources, and state sources are always our highest, where we get most of the money, and that's because that includes our state equalization guarantee. Now, our SEG, as it's called, it's a formula that uses the average of the 80th and 120th student membership. And you can see that it is 99% of budgeted revenue. So when it comes to student enrollment, we are our SEG is very dependent on student enrollment. And so the next slide here, you can see, and I know that you all are familiar with this graph, it's Gadsden 10-year average membership of the 80th and 120th. So if you look at the 24-25 here, the purple one at the right, you can see that that is what is funding this year's SEG. Now, this year, we'll be calculating the 80th and the 120th day. Now, we closed our 40th day a couple of weeks ago, and so we have a number, and it came in at 10,800. So you can see that that downward trend continues. And so what that translates to is about another $6 million loss. Okay, so then, now like I said, when you're talking about budget, they're estimates. And so throughout the year, budget figures are adjusted and to reflect actual revenues and expenditures. So our SEG is estimated, now it's an estimate of $179.6 million. Now, as you guys know, the unit value is set twice a year. So you have your initial unit value, which was given to us in, I think it was April of 2025. And with that initial unit value, we planned the budget for the 25-26 fiscal year. But it's only a planning unit value. And then sometime usually it's in February of 2026, we'll get our final unit value. And so at that point, we'll know what our final SEG is. And so if the unit value goes up, we get more money. If it goes down, we're subject to lose money, or if it stays the same, it might remain. In the previous years, our unit value has significantly gone up, and so that's really helped because we have had a declining enrollment, and so that's helped. I don't believe that that's going to be the situation going forward. The other thing is there was a projected growth and came in lower than we expected, so we are estimating a loss of approximately $1.5 million. Now for cash, it works the same way. I think it's around March 2025 when we're preparing the budget, you forecast what your cash will be in the bank at June 30th, and we forecasted $61.4 million. Now, you continue to operate, and we're thinking it'll be closer to $57 million. So there's a $4.4 million over budget there. So we will be coming back to the board with a bar to either increase or decrease revenues, most likely a decrease. And so when you decrease revenues, usually we hit our cash reserves by that amount. And so currently we are estimating a reduction in resources of about $6 million. Questions so far?
I do have a question. We've been talking about, since I started in the board, how in bragging, right? How healthy of a budget do we have? So how long? Where did all this came from? Because the last meeting that we had, it was still, like we're one of the only districts that have a very healthy budget. How is it that we all of a sudden have all this millions of dollars of deficit?
Well, I'm sorry, that came out. So we do have a healthy cash balance. In fact, many would argue that $27 million still in reserves is a little too much. Now, I guess that leads me to the next slide, which is the estimated expenditures. Now, just like our revenues, our expenditures are also an estimate. So we've estimated $114.4 million for personnel services, for compensation. So those are also kind of change as the needs of the district change. So if you say you hire 10 teachers, or you budget for 10 teachers, but only 9 of them show up and the other one shows up at the middle of the year, then there's savings there. Or when you budget for 10 level 1 teachers, but then you hire the teacher that you hire is level 3 teacher, then there's some loss. And so it's not a static, it's kind of adjusting. And so we are still good in a good financial position, but it's something that we need to work towards. It's just making sure that we continue to move in the right direction. And so when, personnel costs are such a great, such a high percentage of where your budget is, it's natural only to look at personnel costs when you're looking at possible reductions. But here again, you can see that there is 27.6. So this $14 million deficit, that would be the case if all the budgets you put out, everybody spent everything to the last dime, and that usually doesn't happen. So it's not that $14,000, that is what's budgeted, but what's actually spent will come in underneath that amount. Does that make sense?
Yes, I did have another question. Can you go back to the last slide where you're projecting that we'll be at a 1.5 million, like we're gonna come in lower?
Okay.
What is because you say they give us a percentage, they say that this is how much it's gonna be, and usually it's more than what they're projecting, but now we're projecting that it's going to be less. Why is that?
What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So you're saying they give us two perspectives of what's going to be, right? They budgeted that we're going to receive a certain. Oh, now I lost where I was. So at preliminary, you said at the beginning that they give us a beginning, and usually it's more than what we project for. Why are we now projecting that it's going to be less?
Okay, so we have to budget. The SCG is given to us by the state. We have to budget that number. So it's not like we don't get to decide what our SCG is. Does that help? Does that answer the question?
Well, yeah, I guess it's just that you said that in the past it's always been more, and now we're kind of like, you said you don't anticipate that it is going to be more this time.
Okay, so what I meant by that, and you have to, we can go back and look at the SCG formula. But the SCG formula, basically you accumulate units, and then those units, which are based on enrollment and student groups, are multiplied times a unit value, and that gives you your SCG. And so the unit value is, kind of dictates, if the SCG goes up or goes down. They give us a preliminary or an initial unit value to plan the budget, but then in February, they, and by they I mean the state, will give us a final unit value. And so it might go up, it might go down. It really is more of a state, right. Did you have a question, Ms. President Murillo? Okay, thank you. Okay, so that is where we're at. These are, like I said, budgets, our projections and estimates. I do want to thank the board for approving the retirement incentive payment. That is something that is going to be moving us in the right direction. So we had projected cost of about $1 million, and participation didn't really turn out to where we had hoped for. So our cost to the district are about $700,000, and our projected savings are between $3.5 and $4.5 million. So it's not the $6 million we had projected, but it's a step in the right direction. And the reason it matters is because, we're trying to slow down the use of our cash reserves so that it can go longer.
Question. We're thinking about doing this again next year to promote this again for people to retire the next fiscal year?
It would be up to the board. It's certainly something we can entertain if the board wanted to. We can look at it.
Okay, and then the other part, I think it was a couple of meetings ago where we were talking, HR presented that some of the positions from leadership, they're going to be absorbed. So we're not hiring anymore, considering that we have this red line, right? I mean, connecting it with the budget.
President Murillo, so remember we were going to do attrition. So we're going to fill positions based on need through attrition. What this means is that all the candidates are already internal. So we are not bringing any additional salaries. They get kind of like repurposed.
Thank you, Superintendent Tarazona.
So let me add with one exception, well, two exceptions, special education, because sometimes we don't have enough sped staff, and bilingual, because those require a specific endorsement.
Thank you. And so again, to help reduce the use of our cash balance, the district has implemented some measures, two of them being we're tightening position controls, so basically freezing non-essential vacant positions. So as you know, vacancies do save the district money, and then reassigning existing staff, that is in the works, and then limit overtime that is not required for safety and compliance. And then the second is to reduce non-personnel spending. That is, limiting travel and training and maybe attendance to some conference. Maybe instead of having, 3 people go to a conference, you have one, and then they come back and train, the people that are back. Or sometimes it's just easier to bring someone from the conference to the district, right, to provide that training. And the other thing is just to expand the lifespan of supplies and equipment, and so maybe not replacing some of those items as quickly, as often as needed. And so again, the district is not in a dire financial situation. What we have, over the last 10 years, the district has done an excellent job about setting reserves aside, but we are moving and taking some of those reserves right now, and so it's important that we take proactive measures today so that we can avoid drastic measures in the future. And it is something that we are all a part of, so it takes all of us. If you're in a room and the lights are on, no one's using them, then turn them off. It's it really is a community effort, and it's what's best for our students. So I want to thank you for your time, and that was the presentation.
Thank you. One more question. How long can we sustain the overstaffing?
Well, that's the thing, is it all depends on making sure that we cut back where we don't need, that we're not wasteful. So we can go, we can go 2-3 years, or it really depends at the rate at which we spend down the balance. So I don't want to give you a time frame because it's subject to change. But, just like your household, like with my savings, once an income is down, you start turning off the lights, going to the grocery store just one time instead of, every time you need something. So it's hard to say, but I think we'll be okay for, at least 2 years.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Before we start, I'm going to ask you to please silence your phones. And with that, it is 5:02. I call this meeting to order. Ms. Delgado, can you please take roll call?
Board President Murillo,
Present.
Board Vice President Lira,
Present.
Board Secretary Rodriguez, Board Member Flores,
Present.
Board Member Guerrero.
Present.
Madam President, we have established quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to give it to Ms. Flavian.
Good evening, Board President Murillo, Acting Superintendent Tarazona, members of the board, and distinguished guests. I'd like to welcome you to Riverside Elementary, home of the Cobras. I'd like to ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by sixth grader Nevea Mesa. And the salute to the New Mexico flag, which will be led by fifth grader Carly Juarez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y la república que representa una nación bajo Dios indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Z is symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the sea symbol of perfect friendship among the united cultures.
Saludo la bandera del Estado de Nuevo México, el símbolo decía de perfecta amistad entre culturas unidas.
Thank you, girls. We are honored to host you this evening and proud to be a two-time Spotlight School, a recognition that reflects the incredible hard work and dedication of our teachers, staff, community, and the strong support of our district. We truly thank you for all you do to make achievements like this possible. To showcase just a bit of the talent on our campus, we are pleased to begin with a performance by our Riverside Cobra Mariachi. Under the direction of Mr. Hill and Nevea Mesa's dance instruction, one of our students, this small mariachi group began rehearsing in September. They've only been together for a few months and has been working diligently ever since, and they truly represent what it means to be a Riverside Cobra. And now, our Riverside Cobra Mariachi. Richie and Mr. Hill.
Thank you so much. And I know they're outside and they usually leave by the time that we recognize you guys, but I know the instructor is here, so I just want to thank you so much. They're elementary, great performance. Can't wait to see them in high school. Okay, Ms. Flores, can you please read the mission statement?
The Gadsden Independent School District will provide diverse educational opportunities that empower students to be successful in an ever-changing world. El Distrito Escolar Independiente de Gadsden brindará diversas oportunidades educativas que capacitarán a los estudiantes para tener éxito en un mundo cambiante.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Moving on to number 3, Superintendent District Updates and Recognition. Ms. Tarazona?
President Murillo, we are going to start with recognition of GISD Board Member Arlene Murillo and Mr. Carmona.
Como no hay música, Mr. Lira, cantar, ándale.
Hi, Arlene. Thank you so much for everything you have done for the district. And Hi, Arlene. Thank you so much for everything you have done for the district, and especially for our most vulnerable, our students in special education.
I would like to take a moment to recognize and thank our board member, Ms. Murillo, for her dedication and service to our students and community. I first met Ms. Murillo years ago at Santa Teresa Middle School when she was a passionate advocate for her children. She was always present, always involved, and always focused on making sure her kids and all students had access to opportunities that would help them succeed.
I wanted to extend my best wishes to Arlene Murillo as she ventures out to bigger, brighter things. Arlene is amazing. She has a lot of connections within the community, so there's a lot of open doors for our interns to be placed in after graduation. Arlene, I want to say thank you very much for all your hard work and dedication, especially being a voice and strong advocate for our special ed population. I wish you the best in all you do and know that you will be missed.
I had the privilege of working closely with board member Arlene Murillo during her time on the board. Whenever Arlene came into our office, she always made me feel respected and appreciated. She treated me like my work truly mattered. I worked with Arlene on travel paperwork and other board processes, and she always showed patience and gratitude. Some of my favorite moments were the small conversations we'd have in the office. Arlene led with heart, and that's something I'll always remember. Thank you, Arlene, for your service and for always making us feel valued. We appreciate you.
On behalf of Riverside Elementary, I want to express our sincere gratitude for her support and advocacy. We appreciate every effort, every decision, and every moment she invested in doing what's right for kids.
One of my most favorite memories of Arlene is how much fun we had at the nationwide conference for Project Search in Austin, Texas. One thing that was great about the conference is that I got to know you on a personal level, and our team became a lot closer. Arlene has a great capacity to remind us of how rewarding it is to work with these interns.
As she begins her next chapter, we wish her nothing but success. Thank you, Ms. Murillo, for your leadership, your passion, and the heart you brought to this work. You will always be part of our school district family, and we are grateful for the legacy of care and commitment you leave behind.
Thank you, President Murillo, for your dedication, service, steady leadership on our board, your commitment to our students, especially your strong support for special education students and bilingual education has made a lasting impact. We sincerely appreciate your guidance and the time that you have invested in straightening our district. Thank you for that, Ms. Murillo. Ms. Flores?
I'll go next. Okay, I'm gonna try not to cry. I wrote it because I couldn't speak on cue. I'll cry. But I want to take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to you, Ms. Arlene. From the very first day we met, you have been a truly guiding light in my journey on the board. Your wisdom and unwavering support has made an impact on me here personally and professionally on the board. It's going to be hard. You've been an amazing mentor. You bring a lot to this district. You being involved, you really have put Gadsden on the map in so many levels, and that's going to be hard to continue without you. But I know your phone is going to be ringing. You will have me calling you at all times because I know that you will continue to be my mentor, and I appreciate everything you've done for us. Thank you.
Okay, here I go with my book, so here we go. Okay, I would like to take a moment to recognize and thank my colleague, Ms. Arlene Murillo, for her dedicated service on the Gadsden Independent School District School Board, representing District 2. Today marks her final meeting, and we are truly grateful for the time, commitment, and passion she has devoted to supporting our students, staff, and community. I also wanted to extend a heartfelt thank you to her family, Javier, Maya, Javier Chico, John Paul, and her dog, Ross, for lending her to us, because without the support of our families, we could not fully engage in the extra responsibilities we take on in addition to our daily work. I also want to honor and thank her for her distinguished leadership beyond our district. This year, she has served as Secretary-Treasurer for the New Mexico School Board Association, and she currently serves as Chair of the National Hispanic Council of School Board Members. Thank you for representing students and families from Gadsden Independent School District and all of New Mexico. Your advocacy has elevated the voices of our families and enriched the conversations at the state and national levels. I am truly going to miss serving alongside you on the board. However, I know your advocacy for students will not end. Simply, your board service has come to a close. Your unwavering commitment to children and education will continue to shine wherever you go. You don't need a title to be a leader. True leadership shines from the impact that you make. As John Quincy Adams said, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. And today we honor the light you shared with all of us. In the words of Coldplay, you helped our students, our district, and our community look at the stars and see how they shine because of you. Y ahora ya sé quién es Chiquis. No sabía quién era Chiquis. Cuando la conocí y me pidió que si era su friend en Facebook, dije, pues quién es Chiquis Murillo, quién sabe. Pero ya sé qué significa Chiquis, obviamente es que está chiquita, ¿verdad? Pequeña, sí, pero llena de fuerza y de pasión. Una mujer valiente, firme y decidida, que me enseñó a no dejarme. Y no me decía, no chilles, pero estoy chillando. Head up, shoulders back, positive thoughts, and continue holding on to the promises of God. God bless you in all your future endeavors, and I look forward to seeing you the many ways you will continue advocating for students. Love you so.
Arlene Murillo, pues muchas gracias primeramente por todo el servicio que nos has dado aquí en el distrito de Gadsden. Yo quiero platicar poquito sobre Arlene Murillo. Yo puedo decir, y la considero una amiga personal, también, o sea, llegó de Silver City sin conocer a nadie hace muchos años y pues por las cosas del destino, igual por aquí por ser una activista local se puede decir, pues nos encontramos y desde el primer día Arlene Murillo quiso ser una representante para la comunidad, se empezó a involucrar en diferentes organizaciones, en la política local de la ciudad de Sunland Park y siempre sin ni un fin de lucro, como mucha gente puede pensar que hay una agenda cuando no lo es. Ya cuando la conoces, que pones tiempo y horas y dinero de tu bolsa para poder mejorar, o sea, la vida de una persona, porque hay veces que simplemente es platicar con ellos y que con personas de la comunidad que tienen cualquier tipo de problema. Entonces, cuando ves que Arlene Murillo lo va a agarrar un caso desde la A hasta la Z, entonces te das cuenta que tiene esa vocación por servir a la comunidad. Y te quiero dar un mensaje, Arlene. Creo que puedes hacer mucho más de las orillas, pero no pierdas ese interés por la comunidad porque pues tú más bien sabes cuánta es la necesidad de nuestra comunidad y no se soluciona por un título. Entonces, me gustaría verte que sigas participando en la comunidad con tus niños de Special Education. A la ciudad de Sunland Park le falta mucho que madure demasiado. Y yo se los digo, o sea, yo como soy, yo crecí aquí en Sunland Park, Nuevo México, tengo 43 años, esta fue mi escuela. Yo aquí vine desde kinder hasta ahorita, hasta hoy regresé. Entonces toda mi vida he estado aquí y veo las necesidades y las carencias que todavía mucha gente de Sunland Park está pasando. Entonces te digo que con el corazón en la mano te digo que sigas participando porque en tu impacto ayuda a muchas familias. Y si no somos nosotros, como siempre te digo, si no somos nosotros, Arlene, ¿quién? ¿Quién va a luchar por la comunidad? Entonces muchísimas gracias y de antemano te doy las gracias por todo lo que has hecho por la comunidad y gracias por tu amistad.
And Miss Arlene, we would like to present you with some gifts.
I was going to wait for my report, but I think because it was specifically about this, I think it's appropriate. So I wasn't going to cry, and then you guys put this video, and so first of all, and this is crazy. Sorry, yes? Yeah? Can you guys hear me? No?
Más cerca.
Okay. Okay, there. Okay, so first, I want to thank, because my husband is here. He never goes to the meetings. So my husband and my son, since the last meeting, I needed emotional support, and they showed up. So thank you so much for being here. And to my husband, I am officially sorry for always being on the phone. Just know that those $45 that went back to the students were extremely important to me. And yes, I promise I will now practice making eye contact like a normal person again. I want to express my gratitude to our employees, our community, and of course, my fellow board members. Thank you for trusting me to serve as your board president. We've had challenges, victories, surprises, and a few moments when we all silently wondered, is this really happening right now? Is this really happening? But we grew through it. And thanks to conferences where we spend way too much time together, I got to know each of you beyond titles. I am leaving with friendships, not just experiences. Tonight is bittersweet. And a lot of people don't know this, very few, but my board journey began because Mr. Sanchez, he was my principal at La Unión. I have 3 kids, and he said, you need to run, because I was in the PTA. And the encouragement was there all the time. And now I'm ending my service, running my final board meeting in the school where he passed. So A lot of people don't know, but he was truly a friend. I loved his. A lot of people didn't like him because he was very outspoken, but I really connected with him, and I really saw myself in him, and I saw him as a leader. So to finish here is just amazing. So that is a powerful full circle moment I will always carry with me. I will also want to acknowledge the sacrifices that the board service require, not just from us, but from our families. Late night meetings, constant phone calls, emails at all hours, weekends filled with school events, conferences. Our families feel it too. My husband, my kids, and many of your families have had to share us with the district. So to all of our loved ones, thank you for your patience, support, and for pretending to understand our meeting agendas. I know they made no sense to you guys. Beyond GISD, I also had the honor of serving on the New Mexico School Board Association Executive Board as a secretary. And yes, that meant even more meetings. And I currently serve on the National School Board Association Board as the chair for the Hispanic Council. I completed my NMSBA role this last weekend, but I will continue serving nationally until April. And while I'm still chair, I'm definitely advocating to have a say in choosing the next one, because you all know I don't stay quiet, especially when it comes to something that matters to me. I'm also continuing my work on several boards where I remain committed to advocating for our students and our community. Just because I'm leaving the board doesn't mean I'm disappearing. If there's ever anything I can help with, please reach out. Advocacy is still in my passion. Now, some well-earned thank yous. To Ms. Delgado, thank you for everything: receipts, hotels, schedules, reminders. You managed it all with grace. And I know it wasn't easy. I know actually it was never easy. Thank you for always keeping me on track. To our leadership team, thank you for challenging me. Sorry, this is funny. I learned from each one of you guys. If I ever made you mad, which I almost guaranteed I did because I saw your faces, remember, it always came from advocating for students and staff. I call it passionate leadership. You may have other names for it, but we'll keep those off the record. Sorry. To our principals, thank you for welcoming me into your schools and events. I truly enjoyed engaging with your campuses, and thank you for letting me shake hundreds and hundreds of hands at graduations on Memorial Day weekend, when my hand thought it was a training for a marathon. Those celebrations were unforgettable. They were amazing, every single one of them. To the students, and I know some of you guys are here, speak up, use your voice. Even when we look serious, we truly, truly care about you guys. To Ms. Medrano, that's why I told you, you need to sit all the way at the front. I need to see your face, Ms. Medrano. I enjoy getting to know you in Albuquerque. It was really nice to have those conversations, clearing the air. You can always reach out to me. And since my son will still be in the district for 4 more years, I'm officially one of your constituents. So please don't block my number. I promise I won't call you that much. To Ms. Tarazona, welcome to the board. I'm grateful my last meeting ends on such a positive note. It was very stressful this year. Our time together was short, but it was truly enjoyable. Thank you for bringing your energy and perspective, and thank you for giving me that respect. Serving the district has been amazing. I'm proud of what we accomplished and so excited what's ahead. Thank you for all the support, the laughs, the patience, and the journey. I don't know why I'm crying. I'm not dying, and I'm not going anywhere because my kid is still here, so I'm still gonna be on that side, but here I am crying. So thank you so much, guys, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, President Murillo. And if we want to come up to present Ms. Murillo with her gifts. Ms. Brandt, if you want to come on up.
Madam President, Arlene Murillo, and distinguished board members, Acting Superintendent Tarazona. Madam President, we thank you for unwavering commitment and contributions. Your leadership and compassion have left a lasting mark. Your wise counsel and friendship have been an asset to our board and our communities. Your constituents, your contributions of ideas, energy, and enthusiasm have been invaluable. As you embark on your new endeavors, we wish you all the success and fulfillment. Thank you for your dedication, your dedicated service. Though you're stepping down, we hope this isn't a goodbye. Your presence will be greatly missed. To the incoming board, we wish you luck, and we know that we, your constituents, are ready to assist you. If you will allow us, we'd like to present you with some little gifts. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is Fall 2025 District Champions. And Ms. Suggs will help us present this item.
Hi, good evening, Madam President Murillo, board members, and Acting Superintendent Tarazona. This evening, it is my pleasure to introduce both the girls' soccer team, varsity soccer team. If they can please join me with Coach Sanchez, and also the boys' soccer team there at Santa Teresa High School. Captain Dillon, if you can please bring your team up. Qué bonitos. Sonrían. They're on camera. Smile, please. First of all, thank you for letting us bring our athletic teams to be recognized. Coach Avalos is the head varsity coach. He was unable to make it, so I want to make sure that I share some information regarding our boys soccer, and then I'll let head coach Peter Sanchez talk about the girls soccer team. So a few things that you need to know about Santa Teresa's high school soccer team is that they're led by Coach Geraldo Avalos and JV coach David Moreno. In the team, we currently have 5 seniors, 6 juniors, and 10 sophomores. In addition, their overall record was 18-4, and in the district, it was 5-1. They had a winning streak of 10 games, so they didn't lose a single game, 10 in a row. In addition to those, I want you to know that this is their 4th year in a row that they are district championships. And since 1819, this is the 2nd time that they've gone to the Final Four semifinals, and they lost in the penalties against Albuquerque Academy, and we're very, very proud of them. Now, Captain Dillon, do you want to say something to the board?
Hola, buenas tardes. Gracias por permitirnos estar aquí. Solo quiero decir que para mí, más que nada, este no es solo un equipo, es una familia que año tras año nos acompañamos y creo que es todo lo que tengo que decir.
And now, head coach Peter Sanchez.
Madam President, members of the board, thank you for having us today. So I'm Pete Sanchez, I'm the head coach of the girls soccer team. This is Desiree Renteria, my assistant coach. So this year, our girls finished with a record of 15 wins, 6 losses, and 1 tie. We made it to the state quarterfinals and lost 4-2 to Albuquerque Academy. We were on a 9-game win streak and are on a 3-year district championship run. One of our, we had 4 seniors graduate, or who will graduate. One of those, we've been nicknaming her the Centenarian. She scored a total of 105 goals in her career, 46 of those this season alone, and she was the leading goal scorer in the state of New Mexico this year. So we just want to say thank you for having us. We appreciate your guys' support, and we look forward to having you at one of our games soon. Thank you.
Ms. Sutz, I have a question. Would it be able, could you find out the process so I could actually give them maybe a meal at the high school and then cater to them wings or whatever they want? Because they're from my district. And
yeah, just make it out to Hema Suggs and I'll make sure it gets out. No, just kidding. Yes, sir.
But plan it out, and now they know that whenever they want to have and then we'll feast out with, as many wings as we need, as many food that is needed. I'll go ahead and cover it.
Okay.
And for whenever you guys plan it. Thank you, guys.
Of course, thank you. Ya se armó. Wings it is. ¿Me voy a apuntar más con ustedes? Para que me den un wings.
Dale, Mili. Dale, Mili.
Oh, Santos. There you go, girl. Smile. Sophia, smile. Pink wings.
Háganse chiquitos, real quick. Squeeze in here. Oh, Mr. Lira, yeah, right there. There you go. Can I get you guys to squeeze in a little bit? You know what, man? You're super tall. All right. 3, 2, 1. Oh, no. Ready? Ready? Smile. Eyes. Eyes right here. Ojos aquí. Ojos abiertos. Open eyes. Look. Keep looking here. Right here. 3, 2, 1. Hey. Focus. Focus. Eyes right here. Eyes. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Open your eyes. Smile. There you go. Thank you.
And now we have a representative from Gadsden High School, Coach Hill, if you could come up.
President Murillo, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Tarazona, good evening. I'm Coach Hill, and I'm here to present Gadsden High School boys soccer team as we won district champions in 2025. Primeramente quería agradecer por esta invitación, y agradecerle a todos los papás de mis jugadores que tuvimos una wonderful season y por todo el apoyo que nos han dado, y a mi coach Rafael Vázquez y a coach Palomares, mi asistente, que desafortunadamente no pudo estar aquí, y también a mis jugadores, que la mayoría de estos jugadores los he tenido desde que están en el 7 y 8 y hemos trabajado mucho para este campeonato, este distrito campeonato. Desafortunadamente perdimos en el estado, no llegamos tan lejos, pero es algo muy grande haber quedado District Champions y es un grupito que estoy muy agradecido de ellos y gracias a ustedes por la invitación. Y ahorita uno de mis capitanes va a dar unas palabras a Israel Herrera.
I'm gonna talk in English if that's okay with everyone. How do you call it? Ever since I was a freshman, I wanted to be district champion because prior to that, the year previous, they had won district champions, and that's had been like one of my goals, especially going against those Cruces schools. So I'm very happy that for my senior year, we were able to win district champs and finally take that away from the Cruces schools and bring it to Gadsden. Thank you.
And just to let you know, Mr. Lita's also going to entertain some wings for you guys.
I will, and then we can get. We'll get another wing party for you guys as well.
So we're gonna get food?
Yeah, we'll get one too. Yeah. The what? No. It's noted and it's on the record. So plan it and then let me know. So wing daddies or whatever you guys want.
And the next item is school designation recognition. Ms. Hernandez, our Chief Academic Officer, will present this item.
Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Tarazona, thank you for this opportunity. Before the actual presentation by Ms. Zulema de la Rosa, who is our testing coordinator, First, I want to thank the principals because I asked, well, Ms. Tarazona and I asked all of them to please be here. And I want to start with this recognition first before you actually get all the data pieces, because I'd like to honor their time. I don't know if you know, but elementary principals probably start about 6:30 in the morning. And so principals, thank you. Thank you for indulging my request. But I think it's a very important piece because as you see through the presentation, Gadsden District for 2 years in a row has managed to not have any schools in designation. So what that means is that our principals, our staff, our instructional coaches, actually every staff member in a building, including our custodial, our SMP, it takes a team to move the district the way we're doing this. And I just wanted to make sure that we've doubled our spotlight schools, and you'll get that data. But since none of our schools are in designation, we felt that it was a very important piece for us to recognize all of them because it's a big deal, right? It is a big deal, especially in a district as large as ours where our alternative high school is not in designation. Every other district around our size, they may not have their general ed schools or their general population in designation, but their alternative schools are. So, you know, kudos to Desert Pride because they have managed to stay out of designation, and so I appreciate that. So what I'd like to do first is we're going to present the spotlight schools first, right? Again, when you actually see the data, you'll be able to ask questions in that area. So our first school that we're going to recognize are our spotlight schools, and Riverside Elementary has been a spotlight school for 2 years in a row under the leadership. Ms. Quinn, if you could come up. We had actually 3 schools who maintained their spotlight, so that's a big deal. It's huge, right? Yes, here you go. And then will you pick up some of the schools, I will say last year we did not give them banners, so I gave the schools last year and this year's banners. So for right now, are they both there? Yeah, for you. The next school would be, and very impressed by this data in this school. This school actually was also one of our highest growth proficiency in literacy, right? And so that's a big deal. And then they moved into Spotlight for the first time. So Desert Trail Elementary. There you go. Yes. No, it's okay. No, I'll come back and take it. It's their moment. Thank you so much. Good job. Everybody did a good job. The next school that hit Spotlight for the first time with this new system is North Valley Elementary. Mr. K, thank you so much. There you go. Good job. The next school that has been a Spotlight school for 2 years in a row is Alta Vista Early College. Our school counselor is helping us out with this piece. Miss Angel. Good job, Miss Angel. Okay. One of our schools that was a spotlight school last year, and they didn't make it this year, but I want to recognize them with their banner is Loma Linda Elementary. I think there's a error here. Does she have two or one? It's supposed to be one. Thank you. Good job. And when you see the data, Ms. Zulema will explain those pieces. The next school that has done this two times in a row is La Unión Elementary. Congratulations to these schools. Congratulations on both years. You should have both of them for the both years. Woo, La Unión. And then last in the spotlight school, Santa Teresa Elementary also made it this year. I see Ms. Ward and Mr. Flavian. So now what I'd like to do is invite all the principals up, Mr. Carmona, because I think it's very important, Ms. Ward. I think it's very important that they are all recognized because being, again, a district our size, not in designation, that's a big deal. Like, it's huge, right? So if I could please have all the campus representatives, principals, assistant principals, counselors, come up, please, and so we can take a picture with all of you. Appreciate that. Oh, Mr. Carmona would like you to sit so we can do what we did with the students. Mr. Guerrero and Mr. Parra, thank you for helping with that.
Oh, just sit down? In the back. Please sit. Principals in the front, and then board members and... Is there enough room? Schools in the front? Yeah. Spotlight schools.
Yeah, sit down and...
Right there. Ms. Barajas, you don't want to...
Thank you, Board President, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent Tarazona. Now I'm going to leave it to Ms. Zulema de la Rosa, our testing coordinator. Thank you so much.
Okay, good evening. Madam President Murillo, board members, Acting Superintendent Ms. Tarazona. My name is Zulema de la Rosa. I'm your district test coordinator, and I'm going to present a little bit of the information very much like what I did last year. So especially for board member Ms. Guerrero, who wasn't present, that way we get a good understanding of how it is, what is the designations and how they come about. And so when you look at this first informational page, basically NM Vistas was launched in 2019 by NMPED as part of the Every Student Succeeds Act requirement. And it's a public reporting website where they're supposed to share data and performance ratings for schools and districts across the state. Now, even though the website launched in 2019, we all know what happened, the pandemic, correct? So in reality, they didn't start posting information till the 2021-22 school year. Okay, so please, that's why there's no data back to 2019. The scoring. So what is it how do we earn scores at schools in the state of New Mexico? Well, they generate an overall score that is based on a 0 to 100 scale. And you earn points based on multiple indicators, including academic achievement. And so that would be in math and reading and science. They also give you points for academic growth over time. Things like student attendance, English learner progress, and for high schools, graduation and post-secondary readiness metrics. So let's talk about designations. Now, all of them are a designation, but I do want to clarify, and I think I said this last year as well, so I'm sorry for the repeat, but when we refer to we are not in designation, we are referring to not being in a designation that is below what is expected, okay? So being traditional it means that you met that standard expectation. And schools that are spotlight are above or the top performing schools. As a matter of fact, they're the top 25% across the state. Now, I want to mention that because I had a little moment in my office where I saw Loma Linda scores, and I'm glad that they did a banner for Loma Linda, because the difference between Loma Linda and the next school is not even a point. It's actually 0.6 of a point, not even a point, between a spotlight and not a spotlight. So at class, I'm like, were you rounding up? Were you rounding down? How am I defending Loma Linda? And so they explained it to me. And so I think it's important for us to understand, because when you actually look at those scores, you're going to be like, ah, caray, this one's 59.8 and this one's 59.3 or whatever the exact number is. And you get to wonder, why is one spotlight and why is not one spotlight? One's traditional. So basically they take, everybody earns points, and then they rank them from highest to lowest, or lowest to highest. And they take the top 25. And so there are schools, they actually go up to the 8th decimal place, and they're ranking them. And so obviously we just didn't make the cut. Loma Linda didn't make that cut. And that's the only difference, because it's not even a point difference between a spotlight and not a spotlight. I don't go into detail about the other designations, but we've heard like CSI, ATSI, because we don't have any in those designations, and I'm very grateful for that in this district. I do want to mention, before we start getting into the data, that these scores, one of the important things is that the PED is trying to be very transparent with what they do, and they are giving us an opportunity to see those scores and validate that information prior to it going public. Okay. Any questions before I move on? Questions? For this second. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so this is, and all I did is, if you haven't had an opportunity to visit the website, which is NM Vistas, you can literally just type that, and it will get you to the website. It's nmvistas.org, I believe. And you would have to look at the district. I already have our district bookmarked. And so all I did on this table is put all the information in one place for our schools. Now, if you notice on this chart, we start with 21, 22, and if you'll notice, there are no total vistas points because this was the first year that they released data. They did not give us points. We don't have that information. It's not even posted on the website. In 22, 23, we had, for the first time, the points and designations. Then we have 23, 24, and 24 and 25. Now, I want you to pay attention. I kind of highlighted in blue, because that's usually the color that we use for excelling, right, or advanced. And then green is proficient. We had, in 21, 22, one spotlight school. We had, most of them were traditional, but we did have 5. Yes, we had 5 schools that were in what we call designation. In 22, 23, we doubled it, and we now had 2 spotlight schools, and we continued with the same schools that were in designation. They remained the same. In 23, 24, which was last year, we had no schools in designation, and we once again doubled the amount of spotlight schools. And then, of course, 24, 25, the most recent scores that were just released on November, we have 6 spotlight schools, once again, no one in designation. Now, I highlighted in that last column, we had, you have, I believe it is Desert Trail and North Valley and Santa Teresa Elementary. I highlighted those because those were the 3 schools that had the highest increase in points for vistas. And they also happen to be, and I'm thinking that is why they became spotlight. We also have, you'll notice across the years, we have Alta Vista, who has always been spotlight and maintained spotlight designation. We have Riverside, who has maintained it for 2 years, and we have La Unión. Okay? And then remember that I told you we were going to pay attention to the points for Loma Linda. If you go to Loma Linda, they're at 59.3, and the next school that follows it is 59. I believe it was 9 or 50. Yes, 59. It was 0.6 of a point, and so yes, please know that they're looking at that. Now, any questions on this page? Okay, so I did mention that this is points that they receive from 0 to 100, but I mentioned that they base the points out of things like proficiency, right? In math, science, and reading. Next slide, please. So if we look at this, I wanted to share a little bit about how the district was doing in these 3 subject areas, right? And I want you to notice, just to kind of sort of explain, I once again am providing you in the information from 22, 23, 23, 24, and then 24 and 25. If you look at that column with the blue numbers, those are the percent of schools who have maintained or increased proficiency rates. So when we look at the last 3 years of data for math proficiency, when we look at 23 compared to 24, they were 55% of our schools kept the same score, or the same proficiency, or improved, right? But this time around, we have 61, so there was an increase in proficiency. When we look at reading, same thing. We were at 77% from 23 to 24 who maintained or increased proficiency rates, but in 24 to 25, the difference was 84%. Science is the area that we did not improve, okay? We went from having 81 schools in from 23 to 24 who had kept their score or improved it, but only 32% maintained that proficiency rate this time around. Now, that's just looking at the district. If we want to compare what is happening in the state, it is surprising to me that we are following the exact same growth pattern. If you look at, on the left-hand side, you'll have Gadsden ISD and Gadsden ISD's proficiencies. And then we have the New Mexico state overall proficiencies. And yes, this tells me that there is room for growth, right? Because we are outperforming in certain areas, but our pattern of improving or not improving follows the exact, so if we're doing better, that tells me that basically the state is doing better. If we didn't improve, overall in the state, the schools didn't improve either. Okay, any questions for me?
So in the area of science, I guess what are administrators doing at the elementary level to make sure that science is being taught? And then how are we supporting? Because I know we assess for proficiency in 5th, 8th, and 11th grade. So what are we doing, or what are we planning to do to improve those scores?
So I do want to share that in science, in elementaries, because I have a breakdown between elementaries, middle, and high schools. And I want you to know that from 23 to 24, in elementary, only 43% of the schools had maintained or improved. From 24 to 25, 77 improved or maintained that score. So in elementary, we're improving. Where I saw the biggest difference was in middle school. Middle school went from, we had really rocked it. We had really performed high in middle school, but this year, all 3 middle schools decreased their proficiency rate. I do want to mention that science is one of those data points that is pinned to one cohort, because they only test in 5th grade, they only test in 8th grade, they only test in 11th grade. So when you're comparing one year to another year, you are comparing apples to oranges because you're looking at a different cohort of students. When it's math and reading, yes, like it's a new 3rd grade group and we drop a group, right? But the bulk of the group, it's still the same group of students who test the same test the following year. So there's a little bit more consistency in that. And for the high schools, let me see. Same thing as the middle schools, they had, for whatever reason, we had a really, really strong year the year before, but in 25, the scores decreased. But we are comparing 2 different groups of students. You also asked about what it is that we're improving. I don't think I'm the best person to answer that question. We do have specialists in the district that would be able to give you specific information on yeah, okay.
Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Arazona. So one of the areas that we found is that because of the different groups, the elementaries are doing okay, but we are working with our science specialists, because we only have a secondary science specialist, in making sure, and that's something that we noticed this year when we saw the data, that we're covering, because remember the test is, whenever they go to the middle school, it's testing 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade science, right? And when they go to the high school, it's testing all the other layers of that as well. But another issue, another factor we have is teachers, recruiting teachers in science. So that, I think, was also an area for us that we struggle with sometimes because of the certification, especially depending on what we're working. But because when we did get this data, that was the first thing that I spoke to about with our specialists. What are we doing to make sure this doesn't happen, and where are we missing that piece? So yes, we are working towards that. And in regards to the elementaries, they're doing actually a really good job, because in the past we weren't. But one of the challenges we have is actually our schedules. There's not enough time in the day for everything that's being required by the PED. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we're adjusting as needed, but so we're getting everything in. So yes. Any other questions? Thank you.
The next item, 3D, Parent Communication, Remind, and Social Media Analytics. Mr. Carmona will present this item.
Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Tarazona, good evening. I bring to you our regular update on district messaging. We'll start by looking at our Remind messaging, which is pretty standard. If you see, we hover there in the upper 40,000 area with messages sent, and that 90% successfully sent rate. Next slide, please. And then you can see our fall break reflected in the drop in number of senders but we are pretty consistent with the number of teachers. So this slide, remember, is the number of teachers taking advantage of our Remind messaging app, which I remind the board again that coming in January, we will be running congruent messaging systems. We will be bringing Parent Square on board, and we will still be able to rely on Remind. So that is going to be my focus in the new year, is making sure that we transition successfully. Next slide, please. And here you see some Facebook metrics. I'm sure glad I turned that screen back on. Thank you. So as you can see, I've highlighted just some of the upticks in our viewership, and I have to give a shout out to all of our campus staff members that are helping me with social media. My department is just me, but I rely on an army of people who are cheerleading our school district, and I want to thank you guys for doing the same thing on social media, because it shows in the number of engagement, the number of engaged community members that we see here. And then here I just took a snapshot of what pieces of content were most successful on Facebook. And you see you have the KTSM Weatherfest there, and the numbers are all are below there, so you can see those as well. And I'm not sure my glasses. Oh yeah, we broke records with the board meeting that's featured there, where we selected acting superintendent Tarazona. So lots of people tuned in. And with that, I conclude my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmona. And now for item 3E, we have our student activity representative, Diego Sandoval. He is coming from Santa Teresa High School, and he is a junior. Thank you for being here, Diego.
Thank you. Good evening. This year has been very productive. We started the year with the Light the Night community event, which brought the community together for the pep rally and the fireworks celebration. Our soccer, volleyball, and marching band programs also all went to state, and we welcomed incoming freshmen with a Warrior Expo. Academically, our school supported student access with PSAT and SAT testing, the ASVAB for sophomores, and the juniors and senior parent meeting that focused on graduation readiness. Even during challenges like last week's threats, our school partnered with the Sunland Park Police to ensure safety for our students. Overall, this year has demonstrated strong leadership, engaged students, and a strong community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to board member reports. We'll start with Ms. Guerrero.
Thank you, President Murillo. So this weekend, I was able to attend the National School Board Association Conference in Albuquerque, which, let me tell you, wow, it's a over amount of information, which I was super grateful to be able to attend. I'm learning so much as I go, as you guys know. It was a great opportunity also for me to get to know my fellow board members outside of our meetings, so I appreciate that. I did learn a lot. Bringing back to us, I attended some workshops as far as bringing financial education to our students. I think that's something super important that, is not part of our graduation program. I did see a lot of schools that are involved, but I think that's super important. As a graduate, when I graduated, I didn't really know about credit scores or anything like that. So I think that would be something super interesting to bring to our children, and there's a lot of different information that I want to bring as far as that. Congratulations to our soccer teams, Santa Teresa, Gadsden. You guys are awesome. I think that's super great. You guys keep up student athletes. I think you guys do amazing. So it's important for you guys to continue your education and playing sports. So keep it up. Congratulations to all our spotlight schools and all our principals. You guys are doing awesome. Thank you for that. To all our national school board, I know a lot of our teachers got national board certified this year, so congratulations to all of you that got certified. What else do I have? Oh, and to our student representative, Diego. I don't know if is he still there? Okay. Diego, I want you guys to really, something that we had been talking about is that I think I love how you guys come and you share about the great things that are happening in your school. But this is also your opportunity and your seat at the table for you guys to tell us as a board what you need from us. How can we better support you and what we can do to help you in your schools? So moving forward, we can get that to our student representatives. Take this opportunity to tell us at the board how we can support you and what we can do to help you be successful in school. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Guerrero. Ms. Flores?
I'd like to start off by thanking Principal Adriana Quinn for your hospitality, and also Christian Guerrero, our assistant principal here at Riverside. Thank you so much. I look forward to eating the tamales. Like, saved me too, but I tried both red and green pozole. I think it was pozoles or menudo, but they were delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. I also did attend the New Mexico School Board annual convention, I believe it's what it's called. And so there was a special guest speaker from, I think, New Mexico, and that was my favorite session. What I did learn is, I was mentioning while we were eating in there to our chief financial officer, Ms. Ludim, that I think that's what I was trying to express at one of the board meetings to our superintendent Dempsey, that, that we are responsible for the budget. And so what I learned was we need to look at the return on investment of our programs, our strategies, to make sure that we are making good financial decisions, that we are being good stewards of our funds. And then I also wanted to mention, I was watching, for those of you who are watching online and that are here still, I was not present in person because I was running late and got caught up in traffic, but I was listening as I was traveling. So yes, I appreciate that last question Ms. Murillo asked about how long can we sustain our overstaffing. So just a reminder, Acting Superintendent Dempsey, that is still a topic that I know Ms. Bryan, who was in the audience, has asked and continues to ask. And so, how long can we continue? I heard you say, Ms. Ludim, about 2 to 3 years. But we really have to look at that because we cannot continue the way we're operating currently. So, but I appreciate all your hard work. Let's see. Also, it was, I see Ms. Corina Medrano still in the audience. Thank you for staying. Was able to convivir con usted un poquito tiempo. All three of us, myself, Ms. Guerrero, and Ms. Medrano, as re-elected, elected officials now for the next upcoming school year. We took our oath as board members, and so thank you for joining us in Albuquerque. It was fun. I had fun. Let's see. Okay, and then 2 more things is congratulations to all the Spotlight schools, and I wanted to also mention that if you also notice, 4 of those Spotlight schools, which is Desert Trail Elementary, Loma Linda, North Valley, Riverside, happen to be, guess what, dual language schools. So you remember that I'm always saying, research and data suggest that dual language often outperforms non-dual language schools. So there it is, folks. That's why I'm a big advocate of dual language schools. I know it's expensive, but something to think about. And then finally, I just wanted to shout out que vivan las Panteras y que vivan los Desert Warriors, our soccer teams. I usually go to the football games, but I guess this next year I will do my best to go and support our soccer teams. I was telling Arlene we should have brought our tambores, to cheer them on. But thank you, and this being the last board meeting for this semester, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. God bless you. Be safe. Have fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Vice President Lira.
I would like to start by thanking Ms. Flavian and Ms. Guerrero for their hospitality. I can tell you that I really enjoyed that mariachi presentation. It was unique, and this school is dear to me. So to see them do that type of presentation, it was very nice. So thank you for the hospitality. I do want to go ahead and congratulate as well the state champions, both Santa Teresa and Gadsden, on their amazing job and their all of their hard work throughout the season. I am gonna share a story with you guys because this school is true story that just that I always remember it, but I need to say it here because it happened here. And you know, times changed. That's not a reflection on the teachers back then or the students. It was just different times. But I remember my buddy Juan Barcenas and myself. We were feral kids. I mean, that's a fact. So I was in 3rd grade, and I remember that on this side, it was Mr. Jaques. And we would wait, we would see the milk truck pass by, and we would wait until the truck would come and park. And once the doors would open, he would stack his milks and go back, I guess, inside to the cafeteria. And we already had it timed, right? I remember that, I don't know why Mr. Jaques wouldn't notice us, but we had doors, we would walk back, and then we would get like 3 or 4 milks, and then we would just go back outside the class, and we would sit there and drink our milk. You know, and it was just like good times. Like, I don't know why it was like so special for me to do that. But then we would like just finish our milk and then go back inside the class like it never happened. But it just dawned on me. I'm like, we were like in 3rd grade with Mr. Jaques, and it was just like just different times. But I always remember that story. How would I do those things, right? I'm like, oh my God, but different times. Well, and that's my story for the day and for Riverside. So this school is dear to me. I couldn't make it to the annual New Mexico convention. I did have some issues that I'm going through, but like anything in life, it's good, and I'm here, and I am somebody that will always fight for my community, and that's basically nothing. I can take probably 100 times the heat, so I'm fine for everybody that has called me and been concerned. I'm fine, and I will prevail. I do want to go ahead and congratulate Ms. Corina Medrano, and just going back to the stories of high school, she was like my teacher back in middle school as well, and then circle of life just comes back, you know, and I'm sure that I was a feral kid then as well, so we but it's just you know, like life just goes full circle. So I wanna work side by side, Ms. Medrano, with you. And if there's anything that I can assist you, well, I'm here for you. So I'm looking forward to working with you. Well, that's pretty much it on my report. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vice President Lira. And for me, because I already read what I needed to say, but thank you, Ms. Fabian. Pozole was delicious. Thank you to our student rep for being here. And like Ms. Guerrero said, yes, that's something that I've been asking for the last 4 years, you know, give the student rep a voice, give them a seat on the table, engage them, help them to understand what we go through in these agendas, because at the end of the day, it affects them, right? And Ms. Flavin, I don't think she's here, but just to let you know, because I will let you know, go back and to listen to this meeting. I remember when we were talking about the garden, that they wanted to have a garden. There was a big discussion about it, and so I am gonna ask, don't stop, and let's see what kind of funding you need. Let's see how we can help, so we can have this garden here in Riverside. And like I mentioned in my statement, you know, Mr. Sanchez was a big mentor to me. He became a friend, and to, you know, I got to see a different side of him that a lot of people were like, he's always angry, he's so mad, but I know people see me like that too. I'm always angry, and it's not. It's just we're very passionate, we're frustrated. We want to make some changes, and a lot of the people from the public don't know. We don't have power. We don't have a lot of power. We just, you know, we just get to question the budget. But the real difference is in advocacy. It's you know, bringing parents, bringing students, and really questioning. That's our job. You know, our job is to question, to ask questions, because at the end of the day, whatever decisions, whether it's consolidation of schools, shutting down programs, that's gonna fall back on us. It doesn't fall back on the leadership. So It was an eye opener, starting at the board 4 years ago. I came ready to make all these changes and do all these many things and go into the schools, and yeah, no, you can't do any of that. But one of the things that I wanted to do different was the welcoming Ms. Medrano, because I wasn't welcome. My welcome was a phone call by a board member saying, this is what I'm leaving to you, and I hope that you continue. And they had a list of things that they wanted me to do, and I'm like, if you wanted to do that, then you should run. But I hope that I did a good job, Ms. Medrano, by welcoming you. I hope that that it was a pleasant evening and a pleasant day, just having those conversations, introducing you to people. Right now, it's a very hot topic at the national level. Everybody's like hawks trying to get the chair. And I'm not gonna let it go, and I'm trying to see if I have a voice. I would like for one of you guys to please step it up and ask, can you guys be the chair so I can nominate and put the name, because I feel like Gadsden is already at the national level, and we're gonna lose that. The other thing is too is with the state level, that we had 3 board of directors, right? So we had a big, strong voice there. So I'm gonna encourage you guys again to please don't let that one go. Run for the state board, because you guys do have some power there. And like I told Ms. Corina, get side by side with Mr. Guillen. He's very knowledgeable. The executive board, very knowledgeable as well. And you guys will learn a lot from them. And with that, I conclude my report. Okay, moving on to Equity Council report. Ms. Tarazona.
Ms. Murillo, President Murillo, Dr. Valenzuela is going to present this item.
Hello. Good evening, Board President Ms. Murillo, member of the board, and Acting Superintendent Ms. Tarazona. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update from our recent Equity Council meeting. We had our Equity Council meeting on Tuesday, December 2nd at the Chaparral High School Community Center. During this meeting, the Equity Council reviewed the proposed 2026-2027 school calendar, as this was presented by Ms. Margie Berhol, Director for Data and Information Systems. Additionally, we discussed the current school designations across the district. This was presented by Zulema de la Rosa, Coordinator for Testing and Assessment. Our next Equity Council meeting will be at the North Valley Community Center on Tuesday, January 22nd, 2026 at 9:30. Hope you can join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Superintendent Report on Community Outreach, including to underrepresented and non-English speaking families. Ms. Tarazona.
Ms. Villalobos will present this item.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Tarazona. A little summary on what is happening on the last 2 months on the community, and a little bit of all the blessings that we have been getting. First, we had this amazing Thanksgiving celebration on Chaparral High School. We just hosted, it was not our event, but we had the blessing of this group of people that they call themselves, say, 7 Crazy Friends. They contact us and they say, we just want to provide dinner for families that we know, that you know that they're not going to have a Thanksgiving dinner. We had 350 people on the Chaparral community. We just prepared and hosted for them. But it was a very, very nice, beautiful event. Families were really happy. This group of people, they cook, they prepare everything for the community. They brought even presents for the kids. It was like amazing. So hopefully we started a great partnership with this group of people that all they want to do is serve to our communities. So it was really, really nice event. After that Thanksgiving celebration, something that happened also last week at the winter concert, we started something different on the week because Mr. Beach does an amazing job with all the presentations and everything that has to be. I know you were over there on your meetings in Albuquerque, were not able to participate, but our parent ambassadors, what they did, they had a beautiful corner for kids and was extremely successful. We had all the kids making eating cookies, had chocolate, making decorations. They even wrote letters to Santa. And I mean, it was a very, very, very nice event. Seems like that's the way to do when we have these big, beautiful events of music. Then parents bring the kids and they don't know what to do with them. So it was a great idea from Ms. Melendez and her group, and it's like very successful. Hopefully we continue with that tradition now every time that we have our winter festivals. It was really cool. And another thing that happened really great, we have been the whole semester on the Gadsden Community Center, we have been having this class called Family Literacy Program. And proudly we can present to you our 5 mothers graduating. We made a whole graduation for them. We facilitated the cap and gown from the Gadsden High School because it was very important, it's very touching, a very beautiful program to help them grow as parents, and was a very nice program. We trying to start this program on every center, but it's beautiful to see, and when you listen the stories of every mom, and that was very, very, very nice. Beautiful program. And now the blessings that we have been having is just a little summary. Hopefully in January I can come back with all of you and tell you exactly who we need to thank and recognize all the organizations, because blessings are still coming and still counting. But for Thanksgiving, you can see they have donations on Christmas and donations for Thanksgiving. And it's really nice to see the support for different organizations for different things. Right now this week, you know, all our schools are getting the schools from Toys for Tots, all the elementaries. We have the Coats for Kids, we are delivering 600 jackets to elementary students. Rotary Club is bringing the hoodies to all the middle and high school students. They need them. It's going to be close to 600 too. And we have the heaters. We have the distribution of little baskets. We get more turkeys. And Ms. Murillo gave us, with her church, a donation of 4 boxes of food. So we added the turkey on it, and they've been delivered this week. So there's a lot of blessings. The Dress a Child has been another amazing blessing, which is Rotary Clubs from Las Cruces. They provided first by Thanksgiving. We took close to 100 kids, and it's on a Sunday. And that's why we have to be big thank you to all our social workers. Thank you to all our parent ambassadors. It's Sunday, and they're working all day long doing this. And what the program, what it is like we are there. We take one of the kids shopping, because we have been doing this in Walmart, Kohl's, and Old Navy. And the way this works is like each one of us volunteers take one kid, you do all the shopping for them, take them to the cash register, and over there they are giving us, they started first, they gave us the first, in Thanksgiving was 100 kids, and then last week was 60 kids, and this Sunday was another 100 kids, I think. And it's like they spend $160 on every kid, or $140, depend. And it's like, and it's wonderful because they can select, they can choose everything. So it's a very, very nice event. So we're very, very thankful for all the blessings that we're having for our kids. Hopefully we're going to be able to provide all the things, heaters, blankets, jackets, clothes, and food, because we have been, besides the food banks, we have been having a couple of pop-ups. We were able to get a little bit more on the ground with the Roadrunner Food Bank, and we're going to be starting 2 more pop-ups besides the food banks. Because, for example, this morning we had a food bank in Santa Teresa High School, and we finished everything. Thank God today we didn't have to return anybody, but last week on Chaparral High School we had to return a couple of families. And we have families, they start making the lines like really, really early in the morning. So, but those are the things I think it's time for us to count our blessings and all the people that are coming to help us. And hopefully January I'll give you the whole report, because blessings are still coming. So thank you.
Ms. Villalobos, question.
Yes.
Is there a way, the Seven Crazy Friends, if we can find some funding for them to do an event like that on this side?
Actually, let me tell you, they don't want funding. They do their own. Let me tell you, this group of people, they're amazing. They are all graduates from Bowie High School. And they live over there, and they just want to give to the community. They have been doing this with Favens. And let me tell you who we need to thank for this. It's Miss Mary Lou. Miss Mary Lou is a connection for this. She knows them, and if she tells you the story, well, I leave that to her. because that's a very fun story. But she's the one that find them, and I mean, she's the one that brought them, and they say, yeah, let's do it. So Mary Lou and Miss Debbie Olguin, our lead counselor, or coordinator for all the social services, they organize all this. So it's their event. We just prepare everything, and you know, it was the magic of Mary Lou putting all these beautiful decorations and the tables and this and that. I mean, there was music, there was presentations of the kids. This group of people want to come. They do their own fundraisers. So they ask us if they can do that once a month, and I think Miss Debbie and Miss Mary Lou look at them like, are you kidding me? This is like a quinceañera. Like, no way, because it's too much work. But yes, we are in connection with them, and we're going to start working and collaborating with more things with this group of people, this amazing group of people that just want to help, and hopefully, yes, they want to come to other areas, and we're going to be organizing and everything, but this is thank you to Ms. Marilu.
And thank you, because, you know, we don't know, right? So what we want is just, like in my church, right? We had this amount of boxes, so we want to give it back to the schools. But now that we know the needs, right? You said,
yes.
We're so grateful that we have an amazing community and amazing partnerships that
yes.
I didn't know. We're thinking Thanksgiving, everybody needs Thanksgiving, but then you're like, I mean, it's great, but there's need in Christmas.
Yeah, that's why I love when they call to us and contact and tell us, what do you need? So I can tell them, you know what, I don't need more food, because we have a grant with Roadrunner Food Banks. We apply for the grants every year, and right now we have a great, just for your information, like a couple of 2.5 months ago, the CEO of the Roadrunner Food Bank came and visit us, and he just appeared on the district and came to visit us and see what are the needs, what do we need, and we are working with them on a very interesting project, so let's see, hopefully we can make it happen and we share it with you, because they want to start kind of like a store. So we're working with that on how we can make that happen. But we ask, and I say, you know, I need more because you're giving me 200 families in Chaparral, and I have the list, and it's not enough. And they are giving us now the pop-ups, what they call, so we're going to do more pop-ups in the area of Anthony and on the area of Chaparral, because Sunland Park is really well covered with Casa de Peregrinos here. They're doing more here on the city. So we have more on the other areas. So, but it's great when people come to us and tell us what is needed, because I can tell you, people come to me right now that are calling me and I say, I don't have enough blankets. Okay. Like the Anthony Rotary Club, for example, we put together all the heaters. Heaters are very important, so we need now heaters, blankets, pajamas. I don't need any more, like food, we are fine with food. But that's why we appreciate when they really reach out to us and tell us how can we help you, and we let them know, because social workers are constantly doing the needs assessment on the families. So we're always seeing what are the real needs.
So when is an appropriate time to call you for
anytime?
But to get ready for December, like in months in advance? No?
Like now, seriously, anytime. Anytime, like we're gonna have distributions this weekend. Following weekend, we continue doing, like the following weekend on the 2021, we have the Calvary West Church, which is like another amazing thing that they do every year, because they select 100 of our families. And that church, what they do is really like amazing, because they have money for the families. They give them a whole presentation. They have like a show on nativity and what it is. They have piñatas and activities for the kids. They have a whole table full of presents, and every present for every member of the family, gift wrap and everything. I mean, it's an amazing what that church does for our families. So our social workers, our parent ambassadors, you have no idea how many extra time they have been working the last 2 months, working on this and distributing and putting and doing so. But it's great. Many blessings, and let's keep counting our blessings. And in January, we'll give you the report exactly to whom we have to recognize, because we would like to bring people to the board to be recognized once we have everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to, I don't think it's over here, right? Union President report to work. I didn't see her. Okay, Human Resources report is just for public knowledge. Moving on to the modification of the agenda, and with that, do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the agenda as is.
Yes, Ms. Flores has made a motion to accept the agenda as is. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to regular school board minutes for November 13, 2025. Do I hear a motion?
President Murillo, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the school board minutes for November 13th.
Okay, Ms. Guerrero has made a motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, before we make a motion for the consent agenda, do you guys have any questions, comments? Okay, with that, do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as listed.
Ms. Flores has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to open forum. Ms. Zagala?
Madam President, we have an open forum.
Okay. And while that gets here, just gonna read this little statement. Okay, the board discourages personal attacks upon staff, personnel, or any other persons in attendance or absent by individuals who address the board. Any person making public comments shall be solely responsible for the content of his or her comments. The board neither adopts nor assures responsibility for any comments made by individuals during public comment. Presenters are cautioned that statements or representation concerning others that are false and damaging to a person's reputation may subject the presenter to civil action for defamation. The board prohibits personal threats and the use of obscenity. Such speech is not protected and will not be permitted. The board further prohibits disruptive conduct. Disruptive conduct will not be tolerated. Any violations may result in the removal from the premises. And with that, I think she left, Ms. Bryant, right? Okay. Okay, and then Maria Saavedra.
Buenas tardes y gracias por permitirnos este tiempo para poder hablar con ustedes. Traigo el tema de que mi niño está en el programa de después de escuela para básquetbol. Como hemos visto, hay buenos resultados en los de la high school y creo que es importante empezar desde pequeños, enseñarles eso. Recuerdo que, y tal vez sigue igual, para estar en un deporte tendrías que tener buenos grados. No sé ahorita si sigue igual o no. Pero ahorita mi niño está en el programa de después de escuela y le pregunto, ¿qué hiciste hoy? ¿Cómo te fue? Free day, free day. Entonces creo que se está desaprovechando una oportunidad y recursos. No sé a quién debería dirigirme más allá de la escuela, porque he preguntado y dijeron, ya tenemos alguien que va a cubrir esa parte, pero le sigo preguntando a mi niño y, o sea, es puro free day, free day. Y le digo, incluso él se quiso salir, y le dije, no, mi amor, le dije, ya van a empezar los juegos, espérate un poquito más. Llegó el mensaje que esta era la última semana de los programas. Le dije, mira, viste, ya van a ser menos días, espérate un poquito más. Y he ido con él al parque, pero pues obviamente no es lo mismo, solamente somos él y yo, no es lo mismo. Ahorita estaba hablando con él de que vienen las vacaciones y voy a tratar de ponerme en contacto con los papás de estos niños y pues tal vez durante este break que van a tener practicar tal vez un poquito porque no van a empezar los juegos y ¿qué va a pasar? Probablemente no van a saber ni trabajar en equipo y creo que eso es importante para que un equipo funcione, tiene que haber trabajo en equipo, comunicación y si no la están teniendo, pues creo que van a aprender el interés desde pequeños y van a terminar, él fácilmente podría decir, me quiero salirme a jugar con mis amigos y hacer alguna travesura, meterse en problemas, que es lo que yo como mamá estoy tratando de evitar y les estoy tratando de mantener a mis niños en programas extracurriculares para evitar eso y que pues también no pierdan el enfoque de la escuela y de estar ocupados la mente en algo útil. Eso es todo mi preocupación respecto al programa de después de escuela. Gracias.
Gracias. ¿Y alguien del, ya sea del leadership team o Ms. Arazona, le hablará? Y tienes toda esa información. Gracias. Okay, we have no action items, so moving on to discussion item 14A, LESC policy brief strengthening bilingual education in New Mexico. Ms. Arazona?
Yes, me and Mr. Reyes are going to present this item. So thank you, Mr. Reyes, for being here. Mr. Reyes has been my bilingual backup Thank you for all your help and support you have given me in this time. So we wanted to talk about straightening bilingual education in New Mexico. We have met with some legislators from LESC. Natasha Davalos, she actually came to visit two of our schools, Santa Teresa Middle School, Loma Linda Elementary and Chaparral Middle School. We also met with Mr. Stupiyan from LESC, and he came to visit Santa Teresa Middle and Santa Teresa High School. I do want to add that this is probably one of the first times that they come and they tour the schools and they sit down with a group of us and ask us questions on how to foresee. So this study found, next slide please. So the policy brief takeaways. So they did a brief takeaway that they are presenting to legislation right now. New Mexico offers 5 BMEP models, that's bilingual multicultural education program, but does not have adequate data to determine how student outcomes differ by program. So the first model that you have is your dual language immersion, and that model is to develop proficiency, of course, in 2 languages. We also have our heritage model. It's to support and revitalize the student's heritage language and culture through oral and written communication. The third model is our transitional model, which is our other model of bilingual ed here in Gadsden, to develop skills in the home language and culture while developing continued skills and proficiency in English. The other 2 models is the maintenance model, which is also to develop and maintain proficiency and literacy in home language while developing students' literacy and oral skills in English. To further develop the skills, that is your enrichment model, and that's of the whole language. Next slide, please. So here are the models, and like I said, Gadsden has 2 out of these 5 models, the dual language model and the transitional model. As you can see, these are the BMEP models that the state utilizes currently. As you can see, the heritage model has the most amount of participation. We also got to remember the tribal nations and their home native languages, so those models are addressed through there. Our dual language model comes in second, and then our transition model, maintenance, I know our neighboring school district runs the maintenance model, and then you have your enrichment model. So those are the 5 models of education. This quote was super interesting because it was published in the actual report. Next slide. The difference between EL and bilingual learners. So ELs can be considered bilingual learners. Not all bilingual learners are EL. That's because not all ELs are in a bilingual model. If you look at Gadsden, I'm going to give you approximate numbers. We have right now 10,800 students. 5,000 of those are bilingual, and I would say about 3,200 are participating in our bilingual program. It is important to note that ELs and bilingual learners need appropriate education opportunities to develop language skills in English in their target home area or heritage model. BMEPs serve specific student groups. Not all models are equal. For example, the maintenance model and the transition models are only specific to EL students, and they are not designed to support native English speakers. So in those models, we do not take any English dominant students. And really that is sometimes the beauty of dual language and 2-way immersion, having the kids interact and learn from each other. And if you see a kinder classroom with a 2-way program, it's amazing. The kids do it on their own. That being said, EL students are also not required to participate in BMEP as other educational supports exits such as ELD, English Language Development, or an ESL course. So Mr. Reyes and Mr. Carrasco, which are here, Mr. Carrasco in the audience, went ahead and represented me at the legislative session with Mrs. Davalos and then later with Mr. Martinez from Dual Language of New Mexico. So Mr. Reyes is going to share some of his key takeaways.
So good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent, Acting Superintendent Tarazona, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a thrill to be bilingual. But one of the things that we find out in the state of New Mexico, that even though it's in the Constitution, we have to hold the banner to hold our legislators to the idea that it is in the Constitution, and what are they going to do about it? And so one of the things that they did is to recognize that there is a disconnect between bilingual funding and program quality that's delivered to meet the needs of students and produce the desired outcomes. And so many times the rules are changed halfway through the school year. And then the funding laws, or the SEG, is very confusing. And so we have to find ways to say, okay, well, what is the correct way to fund bilingual education? The data suggests that there are bilingual teachers who are certified bilingual, who are choosing not to teach in bilingual settings. To me, that's quite astonishing and quite disgusting, but that means that the bilingual program becomes promotive instead of attractive. So we want to invite children to be part of the process, but many of our qualified people don't feel that it's attractive. Could it be the incentives? Could it be the bilingual stipend, that it's too small across the state? Or could it be that we don't believe in bilingual ed the way we should? Number 3 is that there's a persistent structural challenge of teacher shortages. The university is not producing enough bilingual certified teachers or TESOL endorsed teachers. Funding is not tied to student outcomes sometimes. It's quite like we say, and it is an intentional accident. There's limited access to high quality instructional materials. I can only imagine being on the reservation, wondering how I'm going to teach New Mexico history from the Navajo perspective. Okay, we're very blessed that here on the border, we serve 2 majority languages. And our 2 majority languages are English and Spanish. And how do we grant the voice and the intelligence of both languages to our students? Our students have to see it modeled. And so there is then the action on behalf of this Legislative Education Study Committee that says we need more committees. And so they finished their recommendation with the idea that we needed to consider a statewide bilingual education working group to include teachers, bilingual coordinators, district leaders, higher education representatives, tribal language and cultural education experts, community stakeholders as well, to guide the ongoing development of bilingual education. So it's kind of an umbrella discussion that we need to bring bilingual education to the forefront, particularly in legislation. Now, I've been at this business for 44 years in Gadsden itself, and I can tell you that we are up and coming, as you mentioned today, in the spotlight groups. As you can see, our schools are doing what they're supposed to in the sense of meeting those accountability measures. And could it be that we are attending to the power of language? So on the next screen, Mr. Michael Rodriguez from Dual Language New Mexico, who is the host of La Cosecha Conference. We work in our department very close with Dual Language Education New Mexico. We are certifying teachers in a program called GLAD, which is the Guided Language Acquisition Design. And so that particular design is to help our teachers really be intentional about teaching language. But at the conference, we learned all about the initiatives. Everybody does dual language a little bit different, but yet we do dual language, okay? And what are the outcomes? So the conclusion to his part was that dual language program, the model of dual language is the gold standard. That's what they're claiming. And how do we reach to that gold standard? Well, there are facts regarding now Spanish and English bilingual and biliteracy, markers or evidence. There is a high-quality program implementation, and I can tell you that many of our teachers are really committed to the idea that dos idiomas valen mejor que uno. Policy alignment and comprehensive remedies. One of the things that came out was, imagine that you had a school like here at Riverside, where you have a really thriving dual language program. And for whatever reason, we want to move that principal to go and set his or her vision somewhere else. But we hire a person who's not bilingually committed or dual languagely committed to this campus. What happens to its integrity? And so how do we build stuff that is effective and sustained? And finally, that we need to have always critical and actionable next steps. In other words, we can't just sit on our laurels. And so one of the things that Mr. Rodriguez pointed out was the effectiveness of the studies of Thomas and Collier for dual language. Okay, of course, that is his take. But right now, we have to believe that in my experience in 44 years here in Gadsden, we used to have a plethora of students coming from the border. And we were the norm. We were the majority. We were the language minority in a majority situation. But now, most of our ELs are homegrown. They're coming from the neighborhood. They're not, in other words, for whatever reason, we're not having that transition from Mexico into Gadsden. We had thousands of people come last spring, and not many people stayed in the Gadsden area. So we have to then think, how do we transform ourselves? And that was my topic. How do we transform the landscape of bilingual ed? And I brought up 3 points to our legislators, and I'll finish quickly. Number one, I told them that they needed to define their vision of bilingual ed and recognize the investment. That the investment is about students and the future. If we don't take care of today's future, in the future, who's going to serve us when we need them the most? Number two, and next slide, please. Next slide. I told them about 3 kinds of accountability. I said, in my experience, I see my colleagues and teachers, and when we work with schools, that internal accountability is really high. I see our teachers showing evidence. I see our teachers talking about students and their outcomes. And we're really hard on ourselves in Gadsden. If we weren't hard on ourselves, you would not have the designations that you looked at this evening. Okay? Little old Gadsden is on the map. Okay? Number 2, I told them about external accountability, which in this case is like you all. You all have to inspect what you expect. And that would mean being invited to schools, being invited to functions, because you do a lot, and we recognize it. Even legislators, I told them, when was the last time you were invited to a school board meeting? You know, and so we need to realize that we are all connected somehow. And the third kind of accountability is, how do we set an accountability to families, that they're an important piece of our school? Because in many cases, students have made the conclusion that school is optional. I'll go if I want. And we see our sports, they thrive. We see in many of our activities that they thrive. I'd like to recognize Mr. Jerónimo, who is our new Spanish language specialist. A year ago, we celebrated 216 bilingual, biliteracy seals on the diplomas that you handed out to students. And then last spring, we were able to honor 216 kids, which was almost 100% growth. This year, he has a monumental task. We're trying to score out 270 12th graders. 270 12th graders beginning at Desert Pride, the Alta Vista Early College. No one gets left behind. We're making sure that we're watching students grow from their freshman year to their senior year, and meet one of the 4 options towards the bilingual seal. Because our motto, quien sabe dos lenguas vale por dos, has to say something. The third the third bullet that I told them is we have to be very aware as an organization and institution about distinguishing between best practices and poor practices. And some of the best practices that I see is, do we have a cybernetic loop? When we were visited by the Office of Civil Rights, they taught me this, and they said, you must always take a look at your data and plan, do, study, and then plan it again. And this is where we start looking at records, we start looking at the effectiveness of programs. The other pieces that we have is not to ask, oh, why can't this happen? But better ask, what if? What if we were able to do these things? Because you know how kids learn? Kids learn when our stuff is curious and novel. The brain gets excited when stuff is curious and novel. Okay? And so that's why we have such fight with video games. Okay? And so we have to be aware of that. So you have a list on my report of what are some Jose's opinions of best practices and some poor practices. And here's one of the critiques. We keep saying that we want to have a growth mindset, yet we want to claim growth mindset, but we use poor practices. We're stuck. And so I want to tell you then that we want to sell students the American dream. And the American dream is not prosperity or property or prestige. The American dream is a quality, well-defined education. And that's where we need everybody's a stakeholder. What defines Gadsden? And I like what our chief academic officer told our teachers and coaches is, no one's going to do it like the Gadsden, because we have an eye on the prize. And that has to be very important. So I'd like to invite you and let you know that we're also going to have the Spanish Spelling Bee in the spring. I'd like to invite you. Come and watch the gift of spelling, okay, in Spanish. Last year we had a little girl that went all the way to nationals. She scored into 18th place, and I was very proud of her. We even made a video. We have the Parent Institute, and we'd love for you to be part of that Parent Institute. There's going to be the New Mexico Bilingual Education Day at the legislature in February, and we are nominating Riverside and Santa Teresa Elementary to be recognized at that symposium. And as you know, we're moving our data from the current Power School into Synergy, and that's going to be a lot of learning and a lot of patience. But I want to let you know then that if we believe that dual language is possibly the best way to think about it, how do we become contagious to campuses that aren't in dual language? Okay, because then bilingual becomes a minority program. We need to believe that bilingual education is an additive value model. It is a value-added model, and therefore we will be able to participate in both languages and do the same or better. Thank you.
Correction, Mr. Reyes, it's Loma Linda and Desert Trail Elementary, right? For the bilingual day at the legislature?
No, Riverside and Desert Trail.
Riverside and Desert Trail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Thank you, Mr. Carrasco.
Do you guys have any questions?
No, just phenomenal work. It's encouraging.
Ms. Flores?
I was just going to say, muchas gracias, Mr. Reyes. I always enjoy listening to you, but the key is plan, do, study, act. And so, yes, we must do that. Thank you.
And being a bilingual is not a disability; it's an ability. So I'm gonna ask you guys to please continue to empower those parents that not because you're bilingual you have to be in SPED, because that's not right. So we have students that because they're bilingual they're struggling, automatically they go there, and we need to get rid of that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of noise out there, particularly, for example, English is the official language of the country. I would agree that it can be in government, but not in my house. Okay, and so we have to make sure that language is being monitored for its intelligence, for its story, for its heritage, for its culture, and at the same time, for the participation. I did tell the legislators that sometimes bilingual people make better Americans than monolinguals.
Do you know the date of legislation day for you guys?
It hasn't been published.
I believe it's February 12th, but I will check on that date for you. I also want to tell President Murillo and the board members, if we really think about it, when Yazzie Martinez started in 2012, Yazzie Martinez was about funding. We need that funding in order to provide those programs for our students, and those programs have to be top capacity. If you want quality education, you have to invest.
And one of the things that we do invite our legislators, and I know for a fact they do listen to our board meetings, because some of us get phone calls about specific items that we talk about. So I know they listen or they watch online. But one encouragement for my fellow board members, I'm all about going to the legislative session and advocate. But I think something that works a lot is when you bring the students and then you knock on those office doors and then you request a 2-minute meeting. This year's a 30-day session. It's a short one, but I mean, just being there, just being present, and people notice, because now they expect all those Gadsden students to show up. Right. Before it was 2-3 groups, and then the last 3 years it's been like 6-7 groups that we were not even aware that they were just showing up. So we're there. I know we're there.
So if you're making New Year's resolutions, I would like you to encourage you maybe to make a board workshop with our bilingual department. Okay, so that we talk from the heart, not necessarily we start talking about those ideas of values, and then be able to separate what is authentic and what is perceived.
Yes, Ms. Flores.
So in the spirit of Ms. Murillo, that she always, I really love that about you, that every legislative session that we attended, you were all about making sure that we took kids. So I am going to request this evening that maybe the next group of kids that we need to take up to Santa Fe in February would be dual language participants, so that we can meet with state legislators and they, in their own words, can advocate for dual language programs, that they need to be fully funded, because it is in the state constitution for our children have a right to learn Spanish. And then I want to conclude by saying, parents out there that are listening, that will watch this recording, don't let anybody try to discourage you from removing your child from dual language. I know that Acting Superintendent Tarazona, if anybody does, call her, because that should not be happening. And the other thing I want to say is, if you have a student who is currently in an IEP, they will not get confused. Don't let anybody tell you to remove them because they're getting confused. No. Talk to Tarazona. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. And you do have a complete article in your package with the findings.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to discussion item 14B, retirement incentive update. Ms. Tarazona?
Ms. Martinez and Mr. Ellison will present this item. President Murillo.
Good afternoon, President Murillo, board members, and Acting Superintendent Tarazona. Today, Mr. Ed Ellison and I will be giving you an update on the retirement incentive. So we did have informational sessions that took place. Ms. Priscilla Murillo and Ms. Estrella Burciaga helped facilitate those. And we reviewed the retirement eligibility requirements, key deadlines, and next steps. The meetings took place from 4:30 to 5:30 at the following locations. So we had one at the GAC, Gadsden High School in Chaparral. It was well attended. There were 45 participants that attended across all sessions. We also had a burning questions document that was posted online for those individuals that couldn't attend. Next slide. On December 3rd, employees were offered in-person technical assistance to help assess and complete the Google form and be placed on the slots. And support was available from 2:30 to 4:30, again, at the following locations, which are Gadsden, Chaparral, and the GAC. We had a total of 23 participants that attended those sessions. And then today, an email went out to all participants informing them of their placement and their qualifications status for the incentive. And lastly, I'd like to extend our appreciation to the communications and technology departments, as well as the campuses that supported this effort. Mr. Ellison will be providing more detail on the actual results.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Tarazona. So to give you a summary of the results of the submissions, the district had offered a total of 121 slots, 44 classified and 77 certified. We received a total of 81 Google forms. There was 36 classified and 45 certified. As a reminder, the stipend amount is $8,000 plus applicable taxes. We're estimating the cost to be about $700,000 to the district, a little bit less than that, but rounding it up. And then we've come up with an estimate of the salary reduction to be somewhere between $3.5 million to $4.5 million. And so on this slide, I do break it down a little bit to show you kind of the different types of positions and the funding sources. And so the first section is the operational fund. The second section is other funds. So those would be our grant funds. And at the very bottom is the total. So starting with the total, again, we had 81, 36 classified and 45 certified. And ideally, we would hope that these positions all would be ones that we were targeting for elimination or closure. And so, but if you can see, we're really focusing in on the operational fund. We're looking at the SEG. And so with other funds having 15, and then those are really opportunity for those program managers to take a look and see if they need these positions, if they want to make more room in their programs, or if those positions need to be filled. But really focusing in on the operational fund. So we had 26 classified and 40 certified, so a total of 66. And so these are the positions that we're really looking at. And when we take a look at these, one thing that I do want to point out is there could be positions in here that may need to be filled. And so ideally, these would all be the positions that we were targeting. We'd be able to eliminate them all and then just really gain that entire savings. And so there may be positions in here that, like I said, had to be filled. And so what we're going to take a look at is, first off, with our HR team and our leadership team, we're going to take a look at, are there internal candidates for the ones that need to be filled? Can we move somebody into that position and then take their position and eliminate that position? And so kind of doing an offset. And then throughout the rest of the year, in addition to that, we're also going to be taking a look at any additional retirements that come in or any resignations. So we're going to look at all vacancies as they open up. And so if it's a position that has to be filled, we're going to look for, and we can't find an internal candidate, we're going to look to see if another position is being vacated that we can use in place of this position. So we're going to target the total numbers here, but there may be positions that we have to fill. And again, we're going to look internally to fill all those positions. There may be cases where we can't find an internal applicant. We may have to advertise for those positions, but that's not our intention. And so as we work through this, I think this is a really good result. We're looking at a $3.5 to $4.5 million savings. If we're able to offset all those positions that need to be filled in here, again, really priority for the district is going to be special education and bilingual, but there could be other content areas, STEM, math, science, and other things that we just can't find internal candidates for. And so if we're able to do that, it'll be on the higher end of the range. If we struggle a little bit, it'll be on the lower end of the range. But overall, we're looking at 3.5 to 4.5 million savings. And also going forward, we're going to continue with the attrition in order to kind of right size. So it doesn't stop here. So this was an initial incentive to kind of get somebody who might have been thinking about retiring but holding off. And so as we move forward, this is going to be an ongoing process where we're looking at vacancies and evaluating those again this year, next year, and the next few years, and that's something that probably will be done every year thereafter. And so with that, we will stand for any questions.
I do have one. I'm looking at the numbers. Those are a lot of special education people that are leaving.
Exactly.
And I'm sorry, another survey, but I would like to see why. Why are they leaving? If we can provide us, if that's something that we can do to provide a survey, because and Mr. Lira was right next to me, and we can attest that at the last event that we had when people were retiring, people came and gave us a hug and said, "I didn't want to retire." But then I'm like, well, at this point, there's nothing that we can do because you're leaving, right? So if this, I'm not saying that we can keep them, right? But what's happening in there that maybe that we don't know, that we don't even know how to help out.
So President Moreno, interesting you say that. I met with Associate Superintendent Rodriguez and the 3 directors on Wednesday morning, and that's actually one of our next steps, to put out a survey. We want to service not only staff, principals, IAs, just to see what the feedback is from the department. So that is definitely coming up. Mr. Hernandez is helping me with that, and we're going to send that out in January. We do want to ensure that we provide special education parents and staff and IAs with support and customer service.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Ms. Flores?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm going to use Mr. Reyes's words that he presented is, what I'm seeing here, the critical, actionable next steps for correcting, I guess, overstaffing would be looking first, attrition. And then, through attrition, we're going to hope to see that we can reduce the overstaffing. And then, which is awesome. But, at what point, and I wasn't here for the meeting, but in your opinion, we need to, don't we need to take action that's going to lower that overstaffing? Because I know CFO Ludim mentioned that we can sustain it for about 2 to 3 years, but, are we just going with attrition? What point do we look at? Nobody wants to take drastic measures, but.
Right, Madam President, Member Flores, and so attrition is our first option, and so and looking at that, and so that's one of the things. Doing this incentive was to try to see if we can incentivize people to retire if they were on the fence. So through attrition, it's additionally not just retirements, it's going to be any vacancies or any resignations as well. And so as we turn the corner and we're ending this semester and going into the next semester, that's typically where we'll see a lot of additional resignations for people that are leaving. And so our first step, one, is to look at attrition for employees, and so we can reduce the staff. Because as Ms. Martinez said, 91% of our expenditures in the operational fund go to salaries. But that doesn't mean that's the only thing that we're going to do. And so we are looking at other parts of our budget as well to see where we can reduce expenditures. And so that's something that's going to be going on through this budgeting process that we're just now starting for this fiscal year. And Ms. Martinez will be able to, through her interactions, through the finance committee and through presentations, she'll be able to communicate a lot of that. And so it isn't just the positions, but again, positions are 91% of the expenditures. And so before we get to a point where we have to take steps like a reduction in force, we want to go this route where we're looking at our vacancies and really evaluating those critically. So we ensure continuity of education and the district's priorities, and then on the other hand, bringing those down. And so I know that some of the things that may be discussed later on with schools, and staffing, there may be a few positions there, and I know that Ms. Hernandez will be talking about that a little later. But really, our primary tool right now this year is attrition. And so we won't know the results of this until it all completes at the end of this year. So as we look into July and we look back and say, where were we? Then we can do that, evaluate, and then plan again. So following that same cycle, we're going to do this. This is action we're taking now. We're going to evaluate the results, and then we're going to adjust and plan for the next steps. So right now, attrition is our primary method.
Okay. And then again, going back to that section of my board member report is, again, I'm just sharing this, I don't expect an answer, is I think we really need to look at the return of investment in different departments, different programs, personnel. That is not our area, but that's your area, and acting superintendent and HR, to see, are we being effective? If not, so we can pivot, scale down, because we can't continue if it's not being effective, pouring money in there. And I guess my other statement would be, because if our enrollment, nobody wants to take harsh measures, nobody wants to reduce programs, but the reality is, as mentioned in the earlier finance committee, if enrollment is dropping, I just don't understand how we can still keep with the same programs, personnel, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a statement. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison and Ms. Martinez.
Okay, moving on to discussion item 14C, Student Information System Synergy Overview Update. Ms. Aracena.
Ms. B will present this item.
Madam President, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent Tarazona, tonight we are providing an overview update on the statewide student information system, which for next school year will be EduPoint Synergy. I would also like to introduce you to the heart of the Data and Information Systems Department, our team members who work behind the scenes to keep everything running smoothly.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Josie Padilla, and I'm an Information Systems Coordinator for the district.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Diego Cintron, and I am the NOVA Coordinator for the district.
During the recent, next slide. During the recent legislative session, the New Mexico legislature appropriated $12 million to support the development and implementation of a statewide student information system. Core purpose of the statewide student information system is to create one unified system for state reporting. The student information system will cover all major data areas, including student demographics, attendance, courses and grades, enrollment history, special education, and more. Okay, so this is the proposed timeline provided by NMPED. These dates outline the state projected rollout phases. So in April, NMPED did a tour and they chose several districts throughout the state, and Gadsden was one of the ones that were chosen, and we were able to put valuable input into what was needed for our state information systems. And then in May, May, we were welcomed back to be part of the vendor evaluations, and so we were part of the team to, one out of 5 districts, part of the team to help determine who we were going to move forward with, and Synergy was the one chosen. So procurement was supposed to finish by the end of, complete by the end of July. However, that did not happen. It actually is at the end of October. However, we had a meeting today and we just learned that the final contracts are still being signed today. Maybe as we speak, the ink is still drying. Synergy still confirms they are still able to meet the implementation for next school year, 2026 and 27. As NMPED Synergy finalizes updates or make adjustments, we will continue to align our district implementation. Next slide. Okay, so this is a timeline from Synergy with a 2-year rollout process. So year 1 is SIS, including data migration from our current vendor, online registration, gradebook, LMS integration with Google, portals and mobile apps. Examples of those are Parent Square, Clever, Student View, Parent View. And special education is also included in our first year. Year 2 is LMS. So you do see LMS in year 1. LMS for the integration with Google is just the grade syncing into Synergy so that it's in one central platform for parents and students and teachers to be able to view, administrators and such. Assessment and MLSS is also included in our second year. At the district level, we will form a dedicated Synergy implementation team to ensure a smooth transition and ongoing support. Our team will include representation from many departments and campuses who will contribute to onboarding, troubleshooting, and data validation. The cross-functional team will ensure that every department affected by Synergy has a voice and the support necessary for implementation. The train-the-trainer model is where district trainers will deliver and end-user training to schools and district end users. Benefits of the train-the-trainer program is it builds Synergy experts within the district. Staff can provide end-user support, and it allows for customized role-based training. In summary, EduPoint Synergy represents a major step forward to New Mexico's efforts to standardize student information and data reporting. So we are very excited about this move. There was a professional development day on November 11th where some educational videos from Synergy were shared with staff to avoid the fear of the unknown. Those 3 were class management, special education, and LMS. There are many videos out there. There's so much to the piece for Synergy, but we wanted them to get their feet wet so that they would feel a little comfortable with the interface of Synergy. We did have positive feedback from both administrators and teachers. So currently, if you're on, if you've used Synergy, I know Ms. Flores has, you're going to see, and even Ms. Tarazona, you'll see the different, you guys know how user-friendly it is to the end user. New users are definitely going to see it different. That's going to be from administrators, from teachers, from parents, how the ease of Synergy compared to our current vendor. And we also have resources. We have our neighboring districts that's already on Synergy. There are 113 districts from NM that is joining and signing on with Synergy. So we're all going to be feeling the pain and going through all of this together. We also will have continued support from Synergy. With that, I stand for questions.
Any questions, comments? So I did ask a couple of board members from other districts, and they said much better, much easier. Even if you're not very into the technology, it's gonna be easy.
Absolutely.
No matter what. And thank you. It seems like this whole presentation is getting better and better for you. So
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you. I didn't even do it this time, but maybe for the next one.
Oh, okay, sounds good. So the student calendar? Okay.
Yes.
Moving on to discussion item 14D. Go ahead.
Okay, Madam President, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent Tarazona. Per the recommendation of the board and Acting Superintendent Tarazona, a student survey was conducted for the 2026-27 school year calendar. The student survey was open from December 2nd through December 4th. Acting Superintendent Tarazona recommended the survey be offered to 3rd through 12th graders. Total enrolled for these grades is 8,559. Total responses was 5,115. This is excellent for a student survey. It shows us that their voices want to be heard. First priority, grade level, go next slide, sorry. Okay, participation by grade level. You see that 7th graders were the highest participation, but as you can see, through all grades, it's pretty even, with 12th graders obviously being the lowest because they're not going to be here next year. Okay, so the questions that were asked were, which day would be your first priority for a school holiday? By far, spring holiday, Good Friday was chosen, which aligns with our staff and what our parents also wanted. So that's a given that probably will not be taken off the calendar and will be on next year's calendar. Followed by Veterans Day, but we'll go a little bit more into that into the next slide. Which day below would be your second priority for a school holiday? Students chose Veterans Day, followed by spring holiday. Well, spring holiday is probably going to be a given, so we have Veterans Day. At a previous board meeting, Ms. Flores did ask how many veterans we did have as family members for our students. That was a great question, and that's something that we as a district do not recommend taking that off of the calendar because we do have family members, students that have family members that are veterans. We have staff members that are veterans. We have staff members that have spouses and partners that are veterans. And in the community that we live in, we are heavily populated by veterans. So we definitely don't think that that's something we should consider taking off the calendar. Okay, the next slide. All right, length of fall break. This was interesting. Long weekend was what student favored. We're going to see why. There's going to be, I'm going to have a feedback slide that's going to show you why they prefer long weekends versus the 5 consecutive days. So we can come back to that. Okay, how interested would you be in GISD considering a continuous year-round school calendar? Again, interestingly, they are somewhat interested, 2,245, followed by not interested, 1955, and very interested, 915. On the next slide, we're going to have some feedback. Okay, overall percentage with feedback was 74.6%, which is, again, excellent for student because this was not a required field. They chose to provide feedback at their own, just because they wanted us to hear their voices. The majority of the comments, I pulled out some of them just to show you that these were the most common. I pulled out a few from these categories, and the current calendar, I'm comfortable with how it is now. No feedback, keep it the same. Don't change it. Me gusta como la escuela, eso no voy a cambiar nada. Excuse my Spanish. The second highest comments were about the breaks. Maybe more breaks during spring. I would suggest longer breaks. We need a longer summer break and not start school in July like in August and leave earlier in May. Más descansos y más vacaciones. So let's go back. This is kind of going to show you why they chose this. So if we have longer breaks, correct? Gadsden traditionally completes their school year by Memorial Weekend. If we add longer summers and we add more breaks in between, that's going to put our school year to after Memorial Day, which has not occurred in Gadsden in 20 years. So that's something that I think that we need to educate the students on, that if they want more breaks, there were comments about wanting 3 weeks of Thanksgiving. There was, they commented, so hey, let's give them that. With that, I conclude my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Questions, comments? No? I like this because it comes from the students, so we know what they want, right? But I have birthday cookies every Wednesday.
Ah,
I think that's
that was
something
my
doable.
favorite.
I think
That
that's
was
something
my
that we
favorite
can do.
comment, so I had to put that on there.
Maybe the first or the last Wednesday of the month. That will be a good one, and then it's early release.
And that came from a third grader.
I figured. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to discussion item 14E, launching the superintendent recruitment process. Ms. Tarazona.
I will present this item, President Murillo. So launching the superintendent recruitment process, so the goal is to give you a couple of choices and key decisions and potential steps on how to move forward with the search. Next slide. So one of the things that we should focus on is set a target hire date, critical decisions, sets timelines, and search effort should be sufficient length of time to include community and staff involvement, should set reasonable expectation. Too soon may not allow for proper search or vetting, and then if we take too long, it might drag the process out and we could lose a potential candidate. Next slide. So the scope of the search, we want to make sure that we consider, are we going to consider internal candidates? We could consider only district employees, faster timeline and lower cost. We can promote continuity. Limited candidate pool would be one of the obstacles here. And external candidates, we can look at different types of searches. We can do a local search, we can do a statewide search, so just for the state of New Mexico. We could do a national search, so there we have three options. Attracts a wider pool of applicants, requires more time and resources, and then the other benefit is that internal candidates can apply for the search. Next slide. So engaging in the search for a firm, the benefits is that it assists the Board of Education with the entire process. This process is time consuming and it's going to take a lot of effort, a lot of meetings, a lot of special sessions. So we want to make sure that maybe we have that help. Professional screening of candidates, that's also done by the search companies. And then assist with engaging in community and staff search. Some of the potential options that I have come up with is CES and MSBA, or we could do a national firm. In your package, you do have search criteria from NMSBA and their process for recruiting a superintendent search. I thought that would be a good example for you guys to refer and think about how you want to move forward. Next step. So determining community and staff involvement, we want to ensure that we include staff, parents, community input. We want to include classified, certified, and an administrative input. Types of feedback that we could see could include surveys, forums, leadership profile creation. And I think the key here is that it builds trust and transparency with all of your constituents. Next slide. So this is probably one of the first steps in our search process. We need to develop the minimal qualification and desired characteristics. We want to seek community involvement, feedback on this area, opportunity for staff involvement, and then we probably need to come to this decision, December, January decision. Of course, the Board of Education will make the final decision on what the qualifications and the characteristics that we're looking for in a leader. So timeline of key decisions. Decisions should be made as soon as possible. May require a December, January special meeting or executive sessions. A search process and timeline require these decisions to be made. So we just want to make sure that we, once we decide which way or which route the board wants to take, we can take some time to talk about it and schedule some additional meetings to ensure that we do involve our community and all stakeholders. So some of the potential steps, so finalize key decision. We could probably do that in one of our first January meetings. Onboard a search firm, that's one example. There's other firms that we can look at. We can look at CES even within that report, we have the name of a national search that we could do if that's the way you guys wanted to proceed. And then establish a date for special meetings and/or executive closed sessions. And then January steps, so finalize our January key decision, establish dates for special meetings and executive closed meetings, finalize the minimal qualifications and desired characteristics of your leader, work with a time search firm to set a timeline, and work with the firm to establish a process, candidate review, interviews, forums, and feedbacks from the community staff. I stand for questions.
So before I finish for everybody, because I know you guys have questions, I asked Ms. Sarazona to bring this to you guys as a discussion item because I didn't want to put anything in action because for the lack of, for transparency purposes, I would like for the incoming board member to be part of this. And so I asked her, maybe let's just have a discussion, put it in your heads, you know, for the next board meeting in January with a new incoming board member, so she can have a say in this. Because I remember when I joined the board, there was contracts done, there was all this decision made, and I didn't feel like I had a voice. Like everything was done October, November before I came in. So it felt very sneaky, if you want to say. And so I want to make sure that I want to be as transparent as I can, and to give the incoming board member the opportunity to start from the get-go with the search of the superintendent. Now, one of the things that I wanted to bring to your attention is that we pay our dues to an MSBA, so we do have some support there. The other reason that why I wanted to bring it up today for discussion is because Vice President Lira and myself, all of a sudden, since November 1st, we've been getting emails about services being provided by national searches, and they're asking already, can they help us? We receive letters in the mail already offering the services. So then I asked Mr. Guillen while I was at the convention. I said, what are we doing? Like, is this normal? He said, no, you're already late. It's already December. By this, you should be already having those conversations. I didn't know that. I thought we were having these conversations in February. He's like, no, now you're really, really late. So he said, I think what you're doing is the right way to go. Start the conversation, have the break, and then in January, maybe establishing an executive session right away to start making the first step, hiring a firm. What do you guys want? You guys want to go national? You guys want to go state? National is really expensive. And this is just my opinion, but I think we have so much talent in-house. People that know our community, people that speak the language, and I don't know, we want to bring someone from Vermont, from Boston, because those are the people that are reaching out to us. You know, someone from Boston. Oh, I heard great things about Gadsden, but think about Boston and Gadsden community. I mean, and I'm not saying that they're bad people. I'm just saying I want to make sure that you guys are aware that this is happening already. We are receiving those phone calls, and I haven't responded, and I don't think Mr. Lira, if you have responded to any of those emails, but I'm just letting them, you know, drag. And there's two national firms that are very persistent right now. I reached out to one of my colleagues at the national board that sits in New York, and he told me, we hired that firm to help us with our superintendent search, and it's expensive. I mean, we're talking about almost $1 million, but they're very happy with their superintendent. But I'm like, well, you can't compare the size of Gadsden to New York, right? So I mean, the amount of board members that they have, and the way that they ran their campaigns, I mean, it's ridiculous. But everybody was telling me, you know, you have a really good support system with an MSBA. Utilize them. You're paying your dues. This is the time to use them. So with that, I do want to open it for questions, because I'm sure you guys have some. And any questions?
No question, maybe more so just a statement. I do agree that we do have a lot of talent here in Gadsden, and I don't, like you say, you know, a lot of the times, even when we sit and we advocate and we talk about decisions that are being made in Santa Fe, well, that doesn't really reflect our needs here in the South, but it's very different. So I would agree that I think if we could keep it more so to a local, I don't feel the need to go national. I don't know how the rest of you all feel on the board, but I do feel it's important that we have that type of person that can connect with our community and really be able to see the needs that we have here in Gadsden. You know, bilingual is even a step ahead if we can have that and be able to connect with the community. I know that always causes a lot of, you know, disconnect with our families is if they can't communicate. And so with us being who we are and being as diverse of a community, I think it's important to keep it home. Any other comments, questions? Ms. Flores?
I would agree that I believe that we do have, even in the audience, you know, individuals that are capable of taking on this position. And so I would say local and possibility at state level, because, you know, we have individuals outside the district who can contribute but have state level. I think that would be more beneficial than seeking somebody from out of state. The other thing that I would, again, we're just having a conversation, is for the minimal qualifications. I would ask that it be stated, you know, preferred bilingual because of the languages that are spoken here, English and Spanish. And then, of course, I mean, I don't, you know, we would probably, if we're working with a firm, even if an MSBA, of course, they would guide us of what questions we can and can't ask, you know, so that we don't get in trouble. But one thing that definitely, that I myself, this is my opinion, is whoever's the next superintendent must be in favor of dual language 100% and more, because if not, you know, well, my opinion is it would be for me a no-go. But anyways, that's all I have to say this evening.
President, quick question. So if, let's say we go with an MSBA candidates, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there, and it says your search cadre will meet with a board outline to process and create a proposal for superintendent search. They're saying that they're going to send us one of these, but just like any other firm, I mean, what type of experience does each have, or is kind of like just, hey, we assigned you to one of these people, like Tom Sullivan or Linda Paul, or do you know how it works? Or because let's say, I mean, a firm or whoever, we end up with Linda Paul, and she's maybe not the best for us, rather than Gloria Rendon, whoever it is. How do we pick, or do we have a process to pick or vet them prior to starting our search?
I introduced Mr. Guillen to Ms. Arazona in person because I wanted her to have options, right? Because we've never done this. Well, I've never done this. So I know there was an email, and so if you want to speak on that.
Yeah, Mr. Lira, so these are they're called the cadres, so these are the people that could facilitate and help you throughout the search criteria. All of them, I'm not sure if we would get to pick one, but I can definitely reach out to Mr. Guillen. I do see your point. Somebody that understands our community, our challenges, our barriers, and really can relate to our background, because if not, there might be, you know, a different type of search.
And then through this process, we end up with, I mean, a person that may not even be productive under search. That's just my only concern. But other than that, whatever you guys want.
Yes, Mr. Lira, I will reach out to Mr. Guillen and get an answer for you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, so you guys have some work to do, and at least it's already put in your heads right there. Okay, moving on to discussion item 14F, consideration of the Anthony Loma Linda consolidation. Ms. Tarazona.
And Ms. Hernandez is going to present this item.
Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Tarazona, we wanted to just bring this as a discussion item, just so that we are able to plan for the next school year, so that we know what we need to do. Acting Superintendent Tarazona and I were discussing these pieces, so I know I was not available for when you were getting some of the presentations. So I wanted just to give you like a visual. It's just very basic, and then I can answer any questions. I wanted to show you that in the current year, Loma Linda has kinder through fifth graders right now. Okay, there's 468 of them, and their capacity, thank you, Ms. Cadena, is about 500, right? And right now, Anthony Elementary has 79 of the sixth graders, but just a reminder that Gadsden seventh graders are there, and there's only like 307 of them right now. It depends, every day I look, it changes. So if we were just hoping, the purpose of our discussion would be that to show you what it would look like if Loma Linda was to remain next year at Loma Linda, right? So what would happen is it's projected that there would still be 468 students, but it might be less considering our data every year. The kinders tend to be the ones that are dropping, so I left it projected at the same number, but I'm expecting it would drop. So what would happen is just a reminder that GMS, our fingers crossed, will be done this summer. So Anthony Elementary, we had no students because the sixth graders would go with the middle schoolers to the new middle school. If Loma Linda, so I think that this piece is for your consideration and for discussion, is if we moved Loma Linda down to Anthony Elementary, Loma Linda would have 0 students, and Anthony Elementary would have 468, and the capacity there is 550. And so I'm very hopeful, like you all, that we grow our numbers, right? And so really this was mostly what I wanted to show. I wanted to show it in a visual. I stand for any questions.
Any questions, comments? I know this is something that it was no, without having the information, but considering that recommendation is to do the consolidation because you're not going to have a single student in the school, so what's going to happen to the building, right?
And Madam President, thank you. That's actually what I wanted to say. Right now, it's already consolidated. Does that make sense? So I know that there was a little bit, when as Superintendent Tarazona and I were talking, I'm like, it needs to be very clear of what's happening. And so our proposal would be that the board consider moving it down to Anthony because of the access to the main street, 4th Street. The building is set up better for that piece. And then we could discuss in another discussion item as we sit with leadership team and Acting Superintendent Tarazona about what recommendations we could give for the empty buildings. Right, we could give you a couple of choices. Traditionally, and again, I know it's not on our agenda, but just for you to food for thought, I know that we had talked about like moving the pre-K there because if you've ever been to Anthony pre-K, those things are like 100 years old, right? That's a consideration. If we could move Alta Vista because they wanted a building, my concern with that is with instruction, Alta Vista and DPA share staff, like some of the CTE programs, some of the electives. And so my goal is to grow Alta Vista too. So, but we could come back with very different things. It could be a PD development center. So I stand for questions or just for ideas or what your thoughts are.
President Murillo, I will say, I'm glad that this got put back into discussion because when we voted it back, I didn't want to vote on it. I wanted it to be tabled. We pushed for the vote. So I was like, well, no, I'm barely coming on. You haven't given me enough information. I don't feel comfortable voting yet. So I'm glad that this is back into discussion and that you've put it out here like this for us because this makes, as me, coming in, that makes more sense to see it and having a little bit more time and seeing what's happening. I appreciate you bringing it and putting it back in front of us. So thank you for that, and we can move forward.
Madam President, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent Tarazona, I know that one of the concerns, Board Member Flores, was about dual language. Loma Linda is a full dual language school right now. Well, I think are we up to 5th grade now or 4th grade?
Full dual language.
Yeah, so I know that was a question you had. So if we were to move them down to Anthony with more space, it is a dual language school, just so you're aware.
We would remain a dual
Yes, we would remain a dual language school.
And we have more seats available for some miracle we get an enrollment increase. We have 550 more seats, so that would be good for our kids.
So, knowing the information that we know now, we can put it as an action item for the next board meeting, and then you guys can decide, because the next board meeting is January 8th.
Madam President,
yes, ma'am.
just a quick question. Do you want us to bring the options as well as in a discussion item so that we can meet as a team? Yeah?
Yes, if we can have the proposed of what you guys would want to do with the
Perfect.
building, that way we can have that as a discussion item. I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I will give the board time to review the information, search all the options, and make an informed decision.
Yes, and please call myself or Acting Superintendent Arazona if you have any questions, because I know that that's your piece, and, anything we can support or help or give you numbers or whatever, call us. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Hernandez.
thank you. Oh, one more?
Okay,
Sorry.
sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the upcoming board meetings and events, that's just for the board's knowledge. I do just want to make a note for the next board meeting, which is the first one of the year. If we can just make sure to have someone to do the oath for our incoming board members, so she can I know she did her
Miss
oath.
Mary Lou is on it, and she did that like a Monday.
Awesome. Okay, wanted to make sure. Okay, moving on to item 16, executive session, and with that, do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we enter into executive session, limited personnel matters as permitted under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically to, 1, discuss the appointment of an interim superintendent, and 2, engage in interim superintendent contract negotiations.
Okay, Ms. Flores has made a motion. Ms. Delgado, can you please take roll call?
Board President Murillo?
Yes.
Board Vice President Lira? Board Secretary Rodriguez? I'm sorry. Board Member Flores?
Yes.
And Board Member Guerrero?
Yes. Okay, we are now in closed session. Thank you.
Hello, hello? Sorry. Okay, do I hear a motion to come out of closed session?
President Murillo, I'd like to make a motion that we come out of closed session.
I'm sorry. Ms. Guerrero has made a motion to come out of closed session and no action was taken. Yes, can we do roll call, Ms. Delgado? Sorry.
Board President Murillo?
Yes.
Board Vice President Lira?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Guerrero?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. Just want to make sure that I do this right. Okay, so moving on to discussion action item for the following executive session. I move to amend Nubia Tarazona's existing addendum agreement to change her title from acting to superintendent to interim superintendent beginning January 1st through March 3rd, 2026, with all other terms remaining the same. Can we please do a roll call?
Actually, I
Sorry.
second
Yes.
that.
Oh,
Laura.
sorry, yes, can I? do I
Second,
have a
Laura
second?
Flores.
Yes, so Ms. Flores has made a second. Can we please have a roll call?
Board President Murillo?
Yes.
Board Vice President Lira?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Guerrero?
Yes.
Okay, motion has passed. Discussion item 17B, the discussion and possible action regarding next steps for filling superintendent vacancy, solicit proposals from search consultants, search firms. And with that, I would like to make a motion to direct acting superintendent Tarazona to solicit bids for a superintendent search consultant to bring back to the board for consideration.
I'm going to second that. Laura Flores.
Okay, Ms. Flores has made a second. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna have to go back because with 17A, the appointment of the interim superintendent and approved contract terms, if I can make an amendment, I would like to make an amendment to my initial motion to move to authorize legal counsel and prepare the amended addendum agreement and further authorize the board president to sign the agreement on behalf of the board. So can I have a second?
I'm going to
that
second
amendment?
that motion that was just made by President Murillo.
Okay, so Ms. Flores has made a second. Now can we do a roll call?
Board President Murillo?
Yes.
Board Vice President Lira?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Guerrero?
Yes.
Okay, so motion has passed. I am gonna repeat 17B just for clarity. So 17B, discussion and possible action regarding next steps for filling superintendent vacancy, solicit proposals from search consultants, search firms. And I would like to make a motion to move to direct acting superintendent Tarazona to solicit bids for a superintendent search consultant to bring back to the board for consideration. Sorry. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay,
Second.
Ms. Flores has made a second, so can I have a roll call one more time?
Board Member Murillo?
Yes.
Board Vice President Lira?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Guerrero?
Yes.
Okay, motion has passes. And with that, moving on to adjourn, and I would like to make a motion to adjourn. And can I have all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 9:01, thank you, head adjourn, have a good night.